And a good Friday morning, Philadelphia Manager Salciunas alongside Connor Thomas, who's in for John Kincade today. Connor, hello.
Is it a good Friday morning?
Yeah, I didn't even say the next good morning. I just said hello to you because we witnessed Bryce Harper come up limping. So I texted you yesterday. Sometimes when you do bedtime routines and the games are at 6:20 in the evening, you miss part of the game. So Phils are up 4-0. I start the bath, right? We do the ear drops because Coop's got the ear infection, of course, right before the trip. Why wouldn't he? It's great. And all of a sudden, I go back downstairs, and normally I will let it continue to run. Regular season game. It's 7-4. And I'm like, I text you right away. I'm like, what the hell happened? It was 4-0. Wheeler's dealing, right? The Marlins are doing nothing. And all of a sudden, it's a 7-4 ball game. And I'm like, man, do I really rewind this? I'm like, all right, fine, I rewind it. And then I fast forward to the 9th. And I'm live. I'm caught up with everybody at this point. So I saw in real time, as well as everybody else that was watching the Phillies game in the Delaware Valley. And, of course, I'm going to catch some freaking heat for this today because Bryce Harper hustled. Bryce Harper grounds out to end the ball game. He busts it down the line, and you see him grab the hammy immediately.
I'd be lying to you if I said my first thought or one of my first thoughts. My first thought was obviously, oh, God, please not Bryce Harper. One of the first thoughts was,
this is why you shouldn't hustle.
Well, it's just he ran pretty hard right there.
Yeah, you know why? Because he didn't want to make the final out of a ball game.
I get it.
In a ball that was a tough play to be made, Connor.
I get it.
So he should have hustled, and he did, and I applaud him for it.
Absolutely.
And it freaking sucks. Then now I got to hear Bryce Harper after the game talking about how he's never felt something like this before, and it hurts. So he's going to get imaging done today. We don't know the extent of the injury. I don't want to totally panic just yet, but you know that I'm panicking.
Right.
Everybody should be panicking right now because this guy has been balling out this season. We talked about it the other day, how it seems like it might be a quiet MVP season. You said it wasn't quiet. I think it's quiet. I don't know. I don't see many national media people talking about it unless it's Sunday Night Baseball. I don't see many ESPN shows talking about Bryce Harper. I don't see many baseball Twitter accounts talking about Bryce Harper. They talk about other names throughout the league. They talk about all the drama that's around Major League Baseball. Bryce Harper's on a tear, and this month has been even better than last month when he won NL Player of the Month. And then last night happened.
Yeah, and not to be lost either, like Kyle Schwarber also with a lower body injury.
Yeah.
I know we'll get into that. It was a nightmare game for the Philadelphia Phillies. And the only hope is, I don't know, what's best case scenario? Schwarber sounds less serious, but
it does.
That Harper's out the same time frame as JT and Trey Turner. I think that is best case scenario right now is a month's worth of time without Bryce Harper.
Yeah, and look, again, we said this about JT Realmuto. It could be happening at a tremendous time because it's not the playoffs. Like, you'd rather this happen in June, late June, and not in September or October. You have the All-Star break coming up at some point. That's going to give you an extra week, which helps out JT Realmuto's rehab. And you also have your lead in the National League East of 8 games over the Atlanta Braves, so that helps you out as well. If you don't end up winning the 1 seed in the National League because of it, oh, damn, that sucks. But as long as you win the division, I'm happy. The Brewers are still right there, too, though, so you might lose the bye. Who knows? Look, this is what happens when an injury like this happens. You start thinking about, how is this going to hurt the Phillies? My first thought is not, oh, well, don't worry, Cody Clemens is almost back.
No.
Or, oh, Derek Hall has some major league experience. No, your first thought is, oh, my God, the best player in the National League right now is going to be out for what we believe will be an extended period of time. And now you start seeing the injuries pile up. JT Realmuto is going to be out for still an extended period of time. That's your starting catcher, your first baseman, your DH. Your shortstop is coming back from injury and still looks like he might be, I don't want to say lingering, but maybe fearful of doing some things. He has not attempted a stolen base since coming back from his injury. And then you start looking at center field. There's no injuries in center field, but it's the Christian Pache, Brandon Marsh, Johan Rojas experience that didn't work, that nobody really thought would work from the beginning of the season. So you need to make a move to fix center field. You need to make a move depending on the timeline of Bryce Harper. You're already going with the Marshawn Stubbs experiment behind the dish, and you've been fine with that so far. But when these things start piling up, Connor, that the phone better be buzzing soon for other GMs.
Yeah, but I guess the outfield is the only spot still where you're going to look to make a move. Like, I don't see them doing anything to, let's say Bryce Harper is out 6 weeks. They're not going to make a move for a first baseman. They're not. You're going to have to try and survive that. You're not going to make a move for a DH. You're going to have to try and survive that because you're not going to give up assets for positions that those guys are going to play every day when they're back. Short of season ending, and knock on wood, we don't believe that to be the case, but we'll see from the MRI. Like, you're not going to make a major move at those positions.
I'm not saying major, but you need to start doing something soon. It depends on what their goal is, right? Because the Phillies have an 8-game lead, and I feel comfortable with that 8-game lead. I don't think that's going to dwindle, even with all the injuries that they're dealing with, because Real Muto will come back. I agree with you. I don't think Schwarber's going to be something that's long-term, but who knows? It could be something that lingers. I remember, look, I know this is not Kyle Schwarber, but remember Jay Bruce a couple of years ago?
Yeah.
That dude had the oblique injury that just kept on popping up over and over and over again. Power hitters, like they deal with certain things. And I know that didn't even happen at the plate, it happened in the field. But of course, the day he plays left field, it's just him bending for a baseball, and that's when he feels something. But who knows, man? I mean, once these things start piling up, depending on what their goal is, do they want the 1 seed? Do they want the 2 seed? Do they care about not having a bye because the Brewers only have 5 less wins? They're 5 games back of you right now, and the Brewers are not banged up the way that you are. It depends on what the Phillies want to do, but if the Phillies have these goals of the top 2 seeds in the National League, you need to start making phone calls because your pitching has been tremendous, but now all of a sudden, dude, it's catcher, first base, DH, questions in center field, and who knows what the deal is with Trey Turner.
Yeah, I don't even know how you build a lineup right now. If Harper, let's just say for the next week, Schwarber's out, Harper's out, no JT. Like, what do? Bohm plays first. Edmundo Sosa plays third consistently. Who DHs? Are you having, like, Whit Merrifield DH for this team?
You might, and look, it's not like he's been good at
David
all. Like,
Dahl,
at all.
I guess, but he's got to play the outfield. Like, your lineup is going to look thin.
Well, at some point, you'll call up probably Derek Hall or Weston Wilson, and you'll probably do a DH platoon.
Yeah.
Right? You probably will. You'll probably have a lefty-righty platooning DH. Like some of the bad teams in the American League from back in the day, right? Like when they would do that, like that's kind of what they might have to do because you are bleak. Like if Trey Turner got the DH yesterday just to kind of get him off his legs for a day, right? Normally it would be Kyle Schwarber. Trey Turner's going to go back to shortstop. Like he's not going to be your full-time DH. Castellanos is decent enough in right field that what they might do is what they did 2 or 3 years ago where they cycled guys in every once in a while. Before Harper's injury happened, they were giving guys different days as the DH. That might be what they end up doing. I don't know. I mean, there's all of a sudden you look at it, you're missing 4 guys.
Right. Rob Thompson is going to have to manage his ass off until the All-Star break. And then we'll see where we are because that's supposed to be the line for JT to come back and everything. But it doesn't help that in like a week and a half, you're playing the Braves and Dodgers back-to-back.
Right.
In series that are big for the East and big for the first seed. So, I don't know. Is it a good time for it to happen? I guess compared to end of the season, but you're hitting the toughest stretch of your schedule so far.
To your point, you go 1-5, right? And let's say you lose. Let's say you get swept by the Braves. All of a sudden, they're right behind you. Like that lead could dwindle real quick when you're starting to do these head-to-head matches. So, would love to hear from you on the text line, phone line 610-632-0975. You know, how itchy are you getting? Remember, we talked about getting itchy for a backup catcher. And I think people were kind of on the same page of let's see how this plays out. We know it's not going to be that great, but the rest of this team is good enough to be able to take care of business while JT Realmuto is out. Well, you were able to take care of business because you had the hottest hitter in the world in Bryce Harper. You were also able to take care of business because you had June Schwarber. I know he's been struggling the last couple of games, but for a 2-week stretch, he was also one of the hottest hitters in baseball. You now lose both of them for what could be an extended period of time. And we're hopeful that it's only like a week or 2 for Kyle Schwarber, but we don't know. We'll see how this plays out. They might be more safe or more careful because of the leads that they have. But the longer these guys are going to be out, the more that lead probably starts to dwindle, the more questions you start to have. And then you have to start thinking about, all right, Bryce Harper, he might be out for 6 weeks, but how quick Is he back to where he is? Is he going to be playing every single day when he comes back 6 weeks from now? Or is he going to have to take his time? It's going to be interesting to see what Dave Dombrowski has to do, but he probably has to do something because now all of a sudden you're going to be you remember how ugly that lineup was against the Red Sox?
Yeah.
Dude, it's going to be that.
Yep.
For what could be a month. You can't allow that. You can't.
You might have to.
Dude, you went what, 1-5 in that stretch or 2-4 in that stretch?
Yeah, 2-4.
So imagine continuing to pile up 2 and 4 stretches. Like, that's not good.
Yes, now that's coming off of a series in London, a lot of travel, weird schedule for the pitchers, and also you played the Orioles, who are one of the best teams in baseball, on both of those series on the road. I don't expect them to play it like a 2-4 clip consistently between 6-game series with these guys out. But, man, it's going to be tougher. The one thing we have to remember through all of this, like right now, look at your calendar, know that it's June 28th, and know that the ceiling of this team has not changed. But this next month is going to look like a lot different of a baseball game.
Oh, it will. It will. And then the question is, what do you do to try to ease the pain, I guess? Like,
You drink, Andy.
Right, exactly. But, like, I can't just say, oh, don't worry, we have Derek Hall in the minor leagues. Like, at some point, Dave Dombrowski's going to have to he will have to make a phone call for one of the positions.
Yeah, he will.
For one, it doesn't have to be a starter moving forward. Maybe the outfielders.
That's what I think.
The quicker move, because now that you have the DH spot open, if you trade for an outfield, like, you need pop.
Right.
Like, you just lost your 2 most powerful left-handed hitters for what will be sometime. Right? I don't think Schwarber's back in the lineup tonight.
No.
Right? Like, he's going to miss some time. Bryce Harper is going to probably miss a much longer period of time than Kyle Schwarber. So you lost your 2 boppers from the left side of the plate. And I can't just say Derek Hall and Cody Clemens will fill that void. Like, they're not going to. So Dombrowski's going to have to make a call once we find out the extent of these injuries.
I don't even know how you build like a batting order. Like, I don't know. You lost 1 and 3 in your lineup in the same game. Trey Turner leads off. I guess Alec Bohm bats second, and then pull names out of a hat.
Castellanos moves back up in the order, and we saw how that doesn't necessarily work out for him. But what are you going to do? Let's keep him at 6 and put Sosa third? Like, you're not going to do that.
And then the bottom 5 in your lineup are batting like 230 or below. Like,
right.
Man.
It's a scary time. Hold your breath. Say your prayers. Put out your vibes. Whatever it is that you believe in, the Phillies need it. I wouldn't say desperately need it, but I would do it as much as you can for Bryce Harper, because you don't want this to be worse than, I mean, you uttered the words. Hopefully it's not season ending.
I don't think it.
I don't think so either, but dude,
surprised.
You never know. Just start praying. That's all I ask you for. All right, so that's our Phillies discussion today, but I want to have a conversation about the Sixers. And this is more question oriented. The Phillies one is more reaction to Bryce Harper coming up limping yesterday, and he's going to miss some time. What should the Phillies do in the meantime? We hope that Bryce Harper will be back at some point, so it's not like you're going to go out there and trade for Aaron Judge, right? You're going to trade for...
Well, they can if they want to.
They can if they want to. I don't think they're going to. No, you're going to trade for Jake Berger, right? You're going to trade for a guy that can play a corner infield spot and can provide some pop for you, but you're not going to be going out there and getting the big splash. Here's the Sixers discussion where I think this will actually lead to legitimate discourse, and I don't even know what to believe in, Connor. And that's why I know it's a good conversation. So, Paul George, who knows what ends up happening with this situation. LeBron James is clearly sticking with the Lakers after they drafted Bronny yesterday, and we'll get into that. Kevin Durant, there's been whispers, but I was listening to ESPN overnight tonight, and I forgot all about the fact that they signed or hired Mike Budenholzer.
Right.
Like, are they going to trade Kevin Durant after hiring a former championship-winning head coach?
They don't want to lose him. So
no, they don't. So, like, I don't know how real this Kevin Durant dream is unless he just decides to go nuts and say, I don't want to be here anymore, which could happen. You never know. But I'm not going to hold my breath for Kevin Durant.
Yeah, I think this is based more on, the rumors are based on reputation more than current situation.
I agree with you there, even though the situation in Phoenix is pretty bad.
Yeah.
So let me ask you guys something, and I would love to hear from you on the text line, the phone line, 610-632-0975. Do we believe that Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey are good enough where you don't need that big third piece? And I say big, Kevin Durant, Paul George. I won't throw Brandon Ingram's name in that, right? Brandon Ingram is a tier below those kinds of names. So you might say, hey, with Brandon Ingram, they're good enough. I asked this question because over the last 5 years, they have not been, right? But Tobias Harris was so bad at his role as the third player that I think I'm scarred by it, which is why I've been looking for that third big piece, which is why I was begging for guys like James Harden to come back because Tobias Harris was that bad for them in the playoffs. If they get a third piece that doesn't crumble cookie.
Love that. That's good work by you.
That doesn't crumble in the moment, crumble in the playoffs like Tobias Harris has done. Like, he literally did nothing for the final game of the regime. He scored 0 points, a goose egg. Like Michael Porter Jr. I've used him as a reference a million times. Michael Porter Jr. is not a third star. He's a third good player on that Denver Nuggets team. He was not afraid of the moment. There was a game in that playoff run where they won the NBA title where he scored 30, where he was the leading scorer of the Denver Nuggets. It wasn't Nikola Jokic. It wasn't Jamal Murray. Tobias Harris was never doing that where he was going to be the leading scorer. Is Embiid and Maxi, that duo, good enough where you don't need that third all-star player and it could just be a third piece that doesn't shy from the moment and does things very well? OG Anunoby, we have talked about not wanting to pay him what the New York Knicks paid him. But that kind of a player where he is an elite defender, can score if necessary, isn't afraid of the moment. Obviously, you can't get him because he goes to the New York Knicks. He's back with New York. But are Embiid and Maxi good enough where you can say, you know what, instead of giving a third max contract, or if you have to give a max contract, it doesn't have to be Paul George?
My gut feeling is yes.
Okay.
And part of that has to do with the growth in those guys' game year over year. Like, the next level that Joel Embiid keeps hitting, health or not, like, set that aside for a second. Every year, this dude who is playing at the clip of the best player on planet Earth adds something new to his game that makes him even more dangerous. I have no reason to believe, after seeing it like 3 years in a row now, that he's not going to do that again going into next season. I don't know what he could still add to his game, but the dude is still learning, still improving. The question is health.
Well, and that's the thing. That's why I do believe you still need a third star, because I need to be able to watch the Sixers play 500 basketball when he's out. Like last year, you saw how much they literally did not finish as a top 3 seed because of Embiid's injury. And John gave the numbers a million times. If they won 2 more games, they're the 2 seed, right? Something like that. Like, if they won 2 more games, but they were so bad without Joel Embiid and are always so bad without Joel Embiid. And that's why Tobias Harris has been such a non-factor for this team over the years. I think you still need one, because I don't know if Maxi and Brandon Ingram, or Maxi and whoever of that Brandon Ingram, status is good enough.
Yes, in reality, you're absolutely right. But let's suspend reality for a second. Let's live in a fantasy world. I think after last night, a lot of people can use that. Let's live in a fantasy world for a second where Joel Embiid is healthy this season. Okay?
I would like that. That would be nice.
They're talented enough. Between Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey, they are talented enough to do this with the two of them and good pieces around him. I firmly believe
But I'll ask you, I know he was still lingering in the playoffs, but he balled out.
Yeah.
They weren't good enough to beat the Knicks.
I see.
They weren't.
You're right, but I think where he was hurt the most was his lack of mobility, and that hurt the rebound. I think if he's healthy enough to rebound, like that dude,
but he's not grabbing.
That dude could score
boards
from a wheelchair, like Joel Embiid can. He can go get you 30 without being able to walk. The ability to move around killed the rebounding, and I think that's what you need, and I think that changes that series. So I understand what you're saying. I've just seen the growth, and I think they're going to be talented enough. Will they be healthy enough?
All right, so here's what we got on the table today. You can text and call in 610-632-0975. Your immediate reaction to what the Phillies should do, depending on how long Harper and Schwarber are out. We don't know that. We'll find that out today, I imagine. But let's just throw out a month. Instead of 2 weeks and 6 weeks, let's say they're both out a month. Let's just make it easy. They're both out 4 weeks. That takes you up until the trade deadline. Are you making a move now? I think you have to. You can't go into a month-long stretch where Weston Wilson and Derek Hall are in your lineup every single day, and David Dahl and Garrett Stubbs. Like, you can't do that when you have aspirations of a World Series. And then when it comes to the Sixers, are Embiid and Maxi good enough where you don't need a third star? You need a third piece. We all agree with that, but I'm saying star. Are they good enough where you don't need it? 610-632-0975, the number to climb in. Also coming up next, Bronny James. If what was reported is true, this is disgusting. And Adam Silver, even though he won't, needs to do something about it. It's Kincade and Salciunas. Connor in for John today, 97.5 The Fanatic. Salciunas 97.5, The Fanatic. You just heard Johnny's voice there with the 6 o'clock hour, but Johnny not in today. He is in Vegas. Tonight is round one of the NHL draft. Now, John has promised us, Connor, that we will talk to him at 9:30 this morning, which would be 6:30 Vegas time. Is that correct, or is it 2 hours difference?
6:30, 3 hours.
6:30, okay.
Yep.
I've never been, so whatever. I saw John tweeting out 5 hours ago.
Wow, it's Vegas.
All right, but he told me, I'm not going to sleep in. If he's up at 1 o'clock in the morning, and he was outside, so I don't think he was near his hotel.
Yeah.
I would sleep it, dude. I literally said to him, I was like, don't call us.
Right. But I would do a lot of things differently than John Kincade does. Yes. I love John, but he's a different guy than you and me.
He is a different guy.
They just be
You're
up and be ready to roll.
Yes. I would probably still be awake right now if I was in Vegas, I would guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. Or maybe not. I'm a washed dad, so that's probably not true either.
You can still reach back. You still got your fastball every once in a while. I've seen it.
Yeah, I don't think I've been the same since the Phillies tailgate from 2 months ago. But we'll speak with John hopefully around 9:30 today. We will speak with Keith Pompey coming up at 8:10 today to get his reaction to the NBA draft. The Sixers did select another player yesterday, a center out of UCLA that it's actually talked about a lot. I saw one of the guys, Kevin O'Connor from The Ringer, said that this will be the best backup that Joel Embiid has had since being here. I need to see something first because Andre Drummond was actually a legitimate backup to Joel Embiid.
Also, this dude's 6'8", 6'9", so I don't love that. But all right, I'm not going to pretend like I watched a lot of UCLA.
Adam Bona, by the way, is his name. Out of UCLA. So people are saying that he's great. The wingspan, just because he's 6'8", he's 6'8", by the way. The wingspan is 7'4".
Yeah, great shot blocker. Really good defensive player. Pac-12 Defensive Player of the Year from this past season.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
So we'll see. I mean, Jonathan Givony, who does stuff for ESPN nowadays, I remember pre-ESPN how great he was. He said there isn't a harder playing prospect in this draft than Adam Bona. His combination of mobility, length, power, quickness off his feet, and intensity gives him considerable defensive potential. He should be one of the first players off the board this afternoon, and that's what the Sixers did. So
you're going to love this. High motor, athletic, good shot blocker, sometimes picks up bad fouls. Who does that sound like to you?
Paul Reed.
Yes, sir.
Dwight Howard. Rashawn Holmes.
Howard.
Sixers Dwight Howard.
Sixers Dwight Howard.
Dude, Sixers Dwight Howard had 3 fouls before he stepped on the court.
Yeah, I got you.
It was amazing. All right, so when we have Keith on, we'll talk to him about today's topic. And today's main discussion topic, the first thing we got into was the Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber reaction when they both leave the game injured. Well, Bryce, it was after the final out. But the Sixers-related discussion, are Maxi and Embiid good enough where you don't need that third star? You know me. I'm a whore when it comes to star hunting. I always want the next big thing that I can get on the Sixers roster. But I know that it might not be possible. It might not be. And so then you have to start going a tier below. And I worry about that. I get sad about that. I get bummed out about that because I heard about how this offseason was supposed to be this big deal for the Sixers. But then I have to remember they do have Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey. So my question, and I don't know the answer. I don't, dude. Because last year they were healthy in the playoffs. And they lost to the New York Knicks in the first round, who they should not have lost to.
Right.
So my question for the audience, 610-632-0975. You can text in or you could call in. Are Embiid and Maxey good enough where you don't need that third star? You just need a third option that does not pee himself like Tobias Harris did in the playoffs every year at the Sixers.
So we were in the denial stage earlier in the week. Have we reached, what's the next one? Bargaining is where it sounds like we're at?
I guess that's what it is, yeah.
Grief, I understand what you're saying. It's not ideal. We have to come to terms with the fact you said might not be an option to get a third star. I'm going to go with probably not an option. It is way more likely than not the Sixers end up with one of those second-tier guys. Now, Here's the thing. Those second-tier guys might be good enough.
They could be.
I don't think some people still truly realize how much Tobias Harris handcuffed this team. And I don't think people are going to understand it.
Dude, John doesn't realize it. He would... But Embiid and Maxey need to uplift their game. Yeah, but every once in a while you need to kick it to the third guy.
Yeah, you have a dude taking up a huge spot on this team that's giving you basically nothing.
Right.
I think we're not going to realize it until we see somebody competent play in that position or competent for that role.
The Celtics didn't win the title just because Tatum and Brown averaged 50 a game.
No,
they had White hitting shots. I know Porzingis was
when
hurt,
he was healthy though.
but when he was healthy, he was making Al Horford would make legitimate plays for
Holiday.
them.
They just had a bunch of guys right for their role, and the Sixers haven't had that outside of the top two guys. So, yeah, there's a way to make this work, but we're not going to be able to say, oh, yeah, this is the right move until we see it, because this team does feel so far away when you look at what the other teams in the East are doing.
Yep, absolutely. Now, speaking of the NBA and stars, I think LeBron James is not coming.
Really? You never know.
So last night, we need to get into this. So yesterday, Bob Myers, who used to be the GM, the president of basketball operations for the Golden State Warriors, he did a pretty good job with that team.
I'd say so.
And he also realized that it was coming to an end. He said, you know what? See you guys. He played his cards really well. Let me build this team. Let me win a championship. Oh, wait, Steph Curry's getting old. So is Clay. So is Draymond. You know what? I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go into the media. Yesterday, during the ESPN draft coverage of the second round, he had this to say about Bronny James.
Fine, I will say
15 seconds.
Right now, Rich Paul's calling teams, don't take Bronny James. He's telling them, do not take him, okay? He's saying, don't take him. If you take him, he's going to Australia. So he has a plan, and he has a place.
So I don't know if that's a report or if he's saying this is probably what's happening behind closed doors. If that's true, forget the Bronny, and how Bronny, John thinks he shouldn't have even been in the NBA draft and how he should have gone back to college. And look, that's a legitimate case to make. He did not play well in his freshman year of college. If that's true, and Rich Paul and Adam Silver has allowed this, Rich Paul has the power to call teams and say, don't draft this guy so that he can play with his dad with the Lakers. That's horrible.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what happens if the Sixers tried and do that? If the Sixers had, I don't know, if Joel Embiid had a cousin or something wants to come to the Sixers would be fined $1 billion and barred from championship contention and everything. Meanwhile, and baseline, I don't really care that Bronny is on the Lakers because I don't think he's an impact level player. Don't know if he'll ever be.
No, it's the principle of what if a team legitimately thought, hey, Bronny James is, we think there's something there.
Right.
And I know nobody was saying that. But let's say there was a team that was saying, we actually think we could make something of this kid. We'll put him in the G League for a little bit before he...
Yeah.
Look, he probably should start in the G League, but LeBron, because it's his dad, LeBron's going to have him on the active roster with the Lakers, even though they've said all this stuff about how Bronny doesn't want to get drafted just because he's LeBron's son. He'll go anywhere, even though he ended up only working out for the Lakers and the Suns. So that was bull from the very beginning. But the principle of this is terrible. And look, we have talked about how in the NBA, the players run the league. And the players have probably too much power. I love the chaos. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I love that we're talking about Kevin Durant possibly going to, his sixth team in his career, one of the top 75 players of all time. I love the chaos. It's very NBA 2K, right? But it gets to a point where you go, how can you allow this? And I know why Adam Silver allows it. He wants the Lakers to be relevant.
Right.
The Los Angeles Lakers are the New York Yankees of baseball. They're the Dallas Cowboys, right? They're... name a hockey team, the Chicago Blackhawks, right? Remember, there was rumors that
Bedard.
They probably shouldn't have gotten the number one overall pick, but they got the number one overall pick. The Pittsburgh Penguins, whenever they go down, all of a sudden they have a very good draft pick go their way when it comes to the lottery. Man, you can't allow this, but he's going to because it's the Lakers, and now there will be more eyes on the Lakers this year to watch history of LeBron and Bronny.
And I love the story. I don't love how we've gotten here. And there's probably someone sitting out there right now saying, well, I don't know. Eli Manning said he wasn't going to play for the Chargers, and he forced his way to the team that he wants to be on. That's not what happened. It wasn't, well, Bronny only wants to play for this team, so if you draft him, you're going to have to trade him to that team for something. Because that would be okay with a lot of teams. Fine, we'll draft him. We'll trade him for something fair or something more than fair for us.
Right.
And we'll take the chance that you give us something back. No, this is, he's just not going to play. He's going to
go to
leave
Australia.
the league. He's going to leave the continent Like, he's pulling an Andrew Salciunas. He's just going to take off for parts unknown if he doesn't get his way.
I go out there.
And I also feel for Bronny because I wonder how much of it is Rich Paul trying to do right as not do right, but try and play the game as an agent versus a kid who just wants a shot. Like, the whole situation has become way more than it ever should have been.
Yeah, it shouldn't have gone to this, and unfortunately, it's being allowed. And I think this is really the only sport where it does happen. Like, you don't see this in baseball. And look, forget the father-son aspect. I'm just saying the ability to say, no, I'm not, as a second-round draft pick, we're not talking about, remember Caleb Williams, there was talks that he may not want to play in Chicago.
Right.
He was the number 1 overall pick. So if he didn't go number 1, he would have gone number 2.
Yeah, you got options.
Right? This kid was probably not even good enough to be drafted and was able to still strong-arm teams in the NBA. Like, that's a problem.
Bro, everyone has that friend, and all due respect to the short kings out there, who's like 5'6" and maybe a little bit overweight and it doesn't have any game, and they're like, what's your type? Oh, well, Sports Illustrated swimsuit model, got to be a rocket scientist, all of this stuff. And it's like, dude, you do not have the right to be asking these things of potential options.
Right.
And that's what Bronny James basically, or Rich Paul, whoever you want to put it on, did in the NBA draft and got away with it. And it's insane.
Eric Okabayashi on Twitter has checked in.
Okay.
JD Drew, man. Agent Drew Rosenhaus told the Phillies not to take him or he'll sit out. The Phillies. One team. One.
Right. Not every
Not
team
the
but
league.
one.
Not the league. Like, apparently, if that is accurate, according to Bob Myers, who I think is still connected as a former GM that was a GM just 2 years ago, is saying that Rich Paul was calling teams and say, don't take him where he plays in Australia. It's the same thing with Dame Lillard. Oh, nobody should trade for him. He's not going to play. He'll sit out. Now, he ended up playing for Milwaukee. Like, they called his bluff. But that's a problem where you're allowed to say, I want to get traded. That's fine. You want to say you want to get traded. That's fine. But to one team.
Yeah.
And that's what happened with James Harden.
Right.
He wanted to go to the Clippers. There's no other team he wanted to go to.
I can't believe someone didn't call the bluff. I can't believe they did.
It should have. For the chaos, it should have.
Absolutely. That's ultimate drama.
All right, coming up next, we start getting your reactions on today's topics. Let's say Schwarber and Harper are out for a month. Let's just make it easy. What should the Phillies do in the meantime? Do you want them to stand pat, or do you want them to start being a little more aggressive? When it comes to the Sixers, are Embiid and Maxi good enough where they don't need a third star with them? And is this a problem to you, or do you not really care? The Bronny James situation where they were able to threaten other teams that if they drafted him, he wouldn't even join their squad. I think that's a bit of a problem considering who it is. You can climb in 610-632-0975, phone line, text line. We get to those next. It's Kincade and Salciunas. Connor in for John today, 97.5 The Fanatic. 6 on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. It is a payday Fanatic Friday. Woo! Happy day.
Yes, sir.
So here's what we got. We're going to be getting into our text messages and our calls. Coming up, you can text in, call in 610-632-0975. But it's also Friday, which means we'll do random questions out of the hat. So we'll get our first one coming up before this segment ends. But Brendan B. Gunn, who is sitting in Connor's chair today, as Connor sits in for John. It's the summertime, so the vacations are happening. And on Monday, you'll be, I guess you're sitting in my chair.
I will be, yes.
That's very exciting. So next week, I'll be out all next week when I will be in the homeland in Lithuania. But B. Gunn, what do we have on the text line about today's topics?
Yeah, so we got Bill from Medford checking in. The only Phil's text so far that should make the show. And then we got a ton on the Sixers, so I'll start with the Phillies.
That's what I figured.
What the hell is Schwarber doing in the outfield anyway? Marsh goes 4 for 4 the day before, and then he's benched, and then Schwarber's out there and he gets hurt.
Yeah, so I get why you wanted to give like Turner a day off his legs because he's coming off of the injury. And Schwarber played left field, last week, and it was okay.
Right.
So I don't think Rob Thompson wrote down that lineup card going, I really hope Kyle doesn't get hurt in left field today.
That's exactly correct. You can't look at the results. You have to understand why the move was made. It was not an insane thing to do. The guy's played in left field 3 times this year, right?
Yeah, I think so.
It just so happens that he gets hurt. Should he be playing left field? No. Do you have to get Trey Turner off his feet and want to keep him in the lineup because other guys are hurt? Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. You want to keep him in the lineup because he's been hitting the ball well. And, oh, by the way, he goes 2 for 4 yesterday and scores 3 runs. Now, the Brandon Marsh thing, I agree with because here's the deal. Look, I'm glad that John's not here because the whole Christian, he obviously does not think Christian Pache is a good baseball player. And he's not. He's batting 198.
Right.
Strikes out 3. He struck out 6 times in the last 2 games. It's horrible.
Yeah, he hasn't been playing well.
Marsh should have gotten the start in center field yesterday. I know it was a left-handed pitcher.
It was Trevor Rogers.
Enough is enough, Rob, and the Phillies, because I don't know if this is necessarily just a Rob Thompson decision. I think this is a Phillies decision as well. Christian Pache is not good enough for you to say, hey, let's be careful with Brandon Marsh. If Christian Pache was what Edmundo Sosa does, all right, fine.
Yeah.
You continue to platoon. I don't think Marsh against lefties is that bad considering the opposite, which is Christian Pache.
This is the number one guy on this team that I look at and I say, am I taking crazy pills? Because people have tried to tell me before he's not an above average defensive outfielder. I understand he's not as good as Rojas or Pache defensively, but he is an above average outfielder. I think he's an above average major league bat when he's
the thing with Marsh and his fielding that bothers me.
Too aggressive. He tries.
No. I think he has horrible reads. There was another one yesterday where it was a blooper, and this is after Schwarber came out, where I'm watching. I'm like, oh, he's gonna catch this, right? He's gonna catch, and he didn't get to it. I'm like, man, and it's the same thing in center field. He just gets bad reads off the ball. Now he's quick and he makes up for it at times.
Right. Still, that's better than the options that you have. He needs to be an everyday player on this team, and at least in the situation you're in right now. If you make a trade for an outfielder, that changes. But I don't know, man. I need Brandon Marsh out there every single day, especially now that Harper and Schwarber go down.
Well, right, especially now. So he's hitting 159 this season against left-handed pitching, which is why he does not start against left-handed pitching.
You got a center fielder hitting basically that against everybody.
Exactly. And that's the thing. I don't think the alternative is much better. I would rather just continue to give Brandon Marsh an opportunity to face left-handed pitching, because who knows? Maybe gets more chances and he starts playing better.
Right. He's also a young player still. He's not a 10-year veteran in Major League Baseball where you could just pop him out there and you know what he is. He may still develop offensive game against lefties if you let him hit against lefties.
He could. Yeah, he could.
I don't know.
So, I agree with the texter, except for the Schwarber part. What else do we have, Brendan, on the Sixers?
All right, we got Blaine in Kentucky checking in. He says, I do believe in the event that Embiid can actually be healthy for the entire playoff run, which has yet to happen. I believe he is good enough to carry a team, especially with Maxi, to a championship. The thing I don't believe is possible is that he can actually stay healthy. At least we haven't seen that so far.
And that's why I do say they need a legitimate third piece more than just a good fit. Because when Embiid is out, I'm dead serious. And I know people roll their eyes when I talk about James Harden. If James Harden if all the whole ridiculous contract stuff doesn't happen, that Daryl Morey's a liar. If he's on this team last year, they are the 2 seed.
Yeah, probably.
Like they don't finish 16 games under 500 without Joel Embiid. I think that's what it was, or something crazy
Something
like
close
that.
to that. Yep.
Like they're not as bad without Joel Embiid if James Harden's on this team. Now, it doesn't have to be James Harden. It could be another third legitimate piece where you go, that guy can win me a game, not just one night. That guy can win me games during a course of 2 weeks when the big man is out. And I need that.
Right, but the problem with that theory, too, that Blaine was talking about there, our texter, when you talk about the playoffs, if Embiid goes down, I don't care who your third option is. You're done. You are. Right?
I saw him beat out game 1 against the Celtics. I saw James Harden drop 40.
No, I got you.
And they won.
You can win games. You're
Okay.
not going to win enough to win the East or win a championship if Joel Embiid isn't healthy.
Got that. I completely agree with you.
So that's the thing, right? Like, are they talented enough? Sure. Is the situation
It
reliable
always
enough?
goes back to what we were talking about. What we talked about with John. I'd rather give myself better chances.
Yes, I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying, is it enough to get you to where you want to be, to summit the mountaintop?
No, nobody that's available will. All right, let's get a random question out of the hat, and in the 7 o'clock hour, we'll get to more of your texts. We'll get to some of your calls, and I do want to ask a question about the Phillies and what they could be looking for in the meantime. But what do we have? The random question out of the hat that we do every single Friday during the summer.
Something that looks better than it actually is.
That's a very introspective question.
Yeah, because I don't know where to go with this one.
A whole bunch of cap space and Embiid and Maxi on the team.
Dude, that's a great.
There it is.
That's a great
I
answer.
have to lock down the question after that one.
Dude, I don't know why this was the first thought, because I actually do like it. I do like long drives, but like the cross-country road trip. I'm thinking because I'm flying to Lithuania. That travels on my mind right now. Like, that sounds awesome, the cross-country road trip. But then you got to drive back. Like, I already saw everything.
Yeah.
And that's days.
That's a good call.
Yeah, like my first thought was food, but then I started thinking, right.
Number one place I'm going is like watermelon or cantaloupe. That stuff when you look at, or maybe kiwi. Like there's some
kiwi's strong.
Kiwi's
dude.
amazing.
Yeah, get the hell out of here with your
Fine,
kiwi
fine.
hatred.
Strike that from the record. Like watermelon or cantaloupe, like one of those melon fruits. They look so refreshing. They look so good. You try it. It's never as flavorful as you think it's going to be. Those are low-tier foods. I'm sorry. To me, those are low-tier foods. If you get me a melon,
Dude,
I'm not
if
going
you
to be
get a
happy.
good watermelon, you're fine.
Nah,
I
dude.
agree with the honeydew. Like, oh, you have to pour some salt on it to get the taste out. Like, no, I don't want to have to put salt on my fruit.
It's okay, but the look versus the execution there by the melon gang, it's not good enough.
Melon's lacking. Yeah, the melons are lacking. They
Overrated,
got to up their
be
game.
willing to say.
They're up. They got to up their game.
The food ones.
All right, coming up next, we continue discussing our topics at hand. But I set out there to you guys, if the Phillies will be without Harper and Schwarber for a month, let's just make it easy. What do you want them to do? And if you want them to acquire players, let's come up with some names that might make sense for the Phillies, right? Not Shohei Ohtani. Let's think about names that would make sense that they could go after. And let's face it, making sense means trading for what will eventually be a backup. You're not trading for a starter unless it's an outfielder. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 7 o'clock hour ahead. John out today. We'll talk to him at 9:30. Connor and for him right here, 97.5 The Fanatic. everyone on this Fanatic Friday. Good morning, Philadelphia. Andrew Salciunas alongside whoever it is that's co-hosting the show today.
Hey, bro, I got a name. Come on, Cooney.
Bob Cooney going with the whoever's hosting the show today with Andrew.
My back ain't that bad that I can talk to him about
it is Connor Thomas, who is filling in for John today. John out in Vegas. He will be back Monday morning. That's when I will then be gone for Lithuania. Brendan Gunn producing the show today. We appreciate you joining us today. You can call in. You can text in 610-632-0975. In a couple of minutes, I want to go through names that the Phillies could legitimately go after and acquire. Because if you're just waking up and you did not watch the Phillies game last night, they're in a tough spot right now. So Bryce Harper, at the end of the game, hits a ground ball. There's 2 outs, and he goes down the first baseline and then comes up limping. And it's funny. I literally refreshed Twitter, and I knew this was going to come up at some point. This from Fly John Philly. I just want to say thank you guys for not being like some dork. Oh, no, sorry. He's talking about other people complaining about Harper not hustling, but I did complain about Harper not hustling. So
Yeah.
be careful what you're saying, because I was a dork. Now, I complained a few weeks ago when he did not hustle and a run was not scored because of his lack of hustle. Do you agree that he should have hustled in the moment last night?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
It was the final out of the ball game.
As much as
With
like
the middle of the order up. Like, yes.
as much as my hands are clean from that whole he needed to run out the ball to first against the Giants, I'm also never going to look at Bryce Harper hustling and tell him to slow down.
Right.
Like, if he hustles, great. If he doesn't, every once in a while, I get it. But that's the same thing as like the Schwarber playing the outfield is why he got hurt thing. The Bryce Harper running the first thing, if that narrative didn't exist,
Right.
like that's just a freak
when he busts it to second base on singles up the middle and tries to turn it into 2.
I love
he could have
it.
got but he could have gotten hurt in that play,
Exactly,
right? Like,
that's-
he didn't get hurt yesterday because he hustled down the first baseline to avoid making the final out in the ball game. But he did get hurt. And we're all terrified because we don't know how long he's going to be out. Here's Bryce Harper after the game yesterday talking about his hamstring, and it didn't necessarily sound good coming from the mouth of Harper.
Yeah, I felt my lower hammy just a little bit, so we're going to get an image tomorrow just to see what that looks like, see how I kind of feel tomorrow, and go from there.
Felt anything like that before?
No, I haven't. I've never had really any soft tissue injury besides my elbow, so going to see, like I said, what imaging looks like tomorrow, and go from there.
How concerned are you?
I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I haven't really felt anything like this before, so if I had something to go back on, I would, let you know, but I've never felt anything like this before.
So, I don't know. Maybe it's a good thing. It's a bad thing. Who knows? Like, he's never felt anything like that before, so he doesn't really know. So it could be better than what we think, or it could be worse, or it could be a 6-week injury. And who knows? Like, look, do you have an 8-game lead over the Atlanta Braves, so you can be careful with them? Let's say it's 1 to 2 weeks. I would give him 3 to 4.
Absolutely.
Take
Right.
time, Bryce. Like, your health is more important than keeping this 8-game lead over the Atlanta Braves from getting down to like 4. Like, your health is more important because the bigger picture is getting to the World Series and winning the World Series this time. But Kyle Schwarber also left the game yesterday with a groin injury. So now Bryce Harper, Kyle Schwarber, as you pointed out, you're 1 and 3 hitters. Your 4 hitter is already out, depending on what the lineup looks like, and JT Realmuto, maybe 5 hitter, depending on how you set up the lineup. Right now, you are missing your starting catcher, your starting first baseman, and your starting DH. And this isn't Martin Maldonado, and Cody Clemens,
Right.
and name some weak-hitting DH in Major League Baseball. No, this is 3 of your middle of your order. Or Schwarber's at the top, but you get what I'm saying.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
These are 3 of your most impactful hitters in the lineup.
3 of the best 4 hitters on this team.
And so now you're going to be missing them for an extended period of time. And my question for you today, it's 610-632-0975. You can text in, you can call in. How aggressive do you want the Phillies to be now that they might be out? And we'll find out today. We have to await word before we say go out there and get this. But let's just assume that they're going to be out for at least a month, or at least Bryce Harper will be out at least a month. What should the Phillies do? And Connor, I know they have this lead. They can't sit in their hands.
No, absolutely not. But they also can't go out and get a first baseman. They can't go out and get a DH. Unless the DH is a guy that can somewhat play the field, and you
Right.
could see them as a bench bat in the future, like a Whit Merrifield replacement. We heard already from the Phillies that they're going to look at 2 outfielders, someone who could start and someone as a fourth outfielder who can add depth because Whit Merrifield has not been good.
Yeah, like I think he's a nutcase, and I actually don't want him on this baseball team if I'm being completely honest with you. But like Tommy Pham is a guy that keeps on popping up as a potential name.
When does fantasy football season start?
Because he's with the White Sox. That he's 36 years old. You're not going to have to pay all that much to get him, but he's a guy that can play outfield, and he could, I guess, DH. You know what I mean? Like he's your fourth outfielder. Now he's not your starter. He should not be the answer. Like you could trade probably for Tommy Pham today.
Yes.
And it won't break the bank, and that's not going to be your answer. You're still going to trade for a starting outfielder at some point because clearly Brandon Marsh is a platoon player. They're telling you that when they're still starting Christian Pache. Johan Rojas is in the minor leagues right now.
Yeah.
So you need a legitimate starting center fielder that you will probably get, but Tommy Pham could be a guy that you trade for today that at least helps fill that void.
I guess that's not exactly where I'm looking. Like if I'm making a move, I want it to be a legitimate starter. Because to me, I don't know. Tommy Pham would probably rotate in at DH at points. Like, is DH Tommy Pham better that much than DH David Dahl right now with the way he's been swinging the bat? Like, those are marginal differences to me.
Well, that's your platoon. They're going to platoon.
Right.
They're going to platoon the DH until Schwarber's back.
I want Luis Robert or I want Brent Rooker. Those are the guys. I'm placing a call to Oakland.
Well, then you got to trade prospects, and you're Mr.
I'm not Mr. Don't trade prospects. I'm Mr. Prospects aren't nothing. So there's an in-between ground, and I live there, and I'm
all right,
okay.
Then all right, so Luis Robert, I mean, they're already saying it's going to be like a Juan Soto package.
Yeah.
What are you willing to give up, Connor Thomas? I'm willing to give up anything except Aiden Miller. That's the only guy that I'm holding on to.
Yeah, I'd give up, I don't know, 3 of your top 15.
Dude, it's going to cost more than 3 of your top 15. It might be like 2 of your top 10.
Okay.
If not one of your top 5. And you can't say, no, Andrew Painter. You can have Mick Abel, who's giving up home runs every inning. Like, if they call for Andrew Painter, are you saying no?
Yes, I'm saying no.
I go, hey, see an injured already starting pitcher?
No, I'm not moving Painter. I'm not moving Miller. I'm not moving Crawford. Anybody else can go. And that, I think, should be enough. I know what the White Sox want for Luis Robert. What was the reaction when they said we want a Juan Soto-like package?
Everybody kind of scoffed at it.
Exactly. Yeah. So if I'm Dave Dombrowski, I'm calling them and I'm saying, hey, you're getting laughed at right now for what you're getting asked for. We have good prospects. We're willing to part with them because we need somebody. We're one of the more aggressive teams that's going to call you. Let's get this deal done now for a reasonable price for a good young player under team control. We have a starting center fielder. He fills the void offensively that Harper and Schwarber leave for how long, or he tries to, for how long they're going to be out. Done. And as soon as I hang up that phone while they wait for their response, I'm calling Oakland on Brent Rooker, who's the best piece that they could potentially move at the deadline. I'm saying, we have Robert on the way to Philadelphia.
The only problem is Rooker's now corner outfielder.
That's fine. Then play Marsh in center, play him in left. Like, you need somebody you could consistently play in the outfield so you can afford to platoon at DH. Otherwise, you got Pache playing every day. Or Whit Merrifield playing every day.
You can't do.
You cannot.
You can't do that. And that's what they kind of looks like they have to be doing until they make a trade, which is why I think now's the time for him to start pick up the phone and start calling people. And then, after that, like, there are names, like, I don't know what the Blue Jays do. I really don't.
Who knows?
I've talked about Springer a couple of times with you, like, actually, he had a really nice.
I like Springer.
He had a really good game yesterday. The only problem
they
is
beat the brakes off the Yankees.
His contract is not great. He's 34 years old and he's getting paid a lot of money over the next 3 years. But I told you, you may not have been in. I brought it up like a month ago that George Springer would be a guy that I would eye on because he's 34 years old, costing a lot of money, and he's only hitting 205. So it's not like you're getting a guy that's hitting 350 this year and it's going to cost you a bunch. Like, he probably shouldn't cost all that much. Right. And he can play a legitimate center field for you.
Yeah, and he has upside as a bat. We've seen that at points in his career. Yeah. Like, I trust him a little bit more than I trust some of the names that have not been part of, like, a winning organization, too. He's a guy that knows how to win his time in Houston. So, I don't mind George Springer. I'd rather swing for the fences first, and I think the two guys that fit that bill are Robert and Rooker. So those are my first call. That is my response to the Schwarber-Harper thing.
Okay.
Is to improve the outfield as soon as possible.
So we'd love to get some of the names from your perspective. You can text it. You can call in 610-632-0975. Who should the Phillies be looking for? Is there somebody on your eye, on your radar? And again, it has to make sense. And I don't agree with you that they won't have to give up more for Luis Robert. Like, they're probably going to have to give up one of those three that you mentioned, Painter, Miller, and Crawford. They're probably going to have to give up one of those three. And I'm sure you would say Crawford before the other two.
Probably.
Because it's another outfielder. And if you're trading for Luis Robert, you're going to keep him. Nick Castellanos will eventually be gone. You'll probably find another outfielder.
Okay, what if it's Rojas? Like, does that do anything?
Bye.
No. I'm not saying no, but I'm saying, does that equal Crawford? Can you get away with moving Rojas rather than one of your top prospects?
Maybe.
Like, I think you have a way to get this done without moving any of those three guys. I find it hard to believe that Luis Robert is going to command one of those prospects.
What if it's Marsh? I know you've been against that.
Nah. No.
You won't trade a platoon player for Luis Robert.
Yes, correct. Because I can't move somebody who's playing consistently in this outfield. You're filling one hole and opening another.
He's playing consistently against righties.
I don't care. I just told you
the Phillies told you what he is.
Well, I'm telling the Phillies they're wrong.
Okay.
And
I might agree with you.
And I'm not moving a guy to fill a hole that creates another one in the outfield. Like, what do you... Okay, so you trade Brandon Marsh. Luis Robert plays center field. Who's playing left? Pache? David Dahl? Whit Merrifield? You're creating the same problem in a different spot. It needs to be Marsh. It needs to be someone in center. It needs to be Castellanos. That's how you survive this. Marsh is off the table.
All right. You heard Connor Thomas. Would love to hear from you. 610-632-0975. Our other discussion is Sixers related. And I want us to have this discussion. Are Embiid and Maxi good enough? Just the two of them without a third star. We have been talking about the third star for years now, right? I wonder if part of it is Tobias Harris and how we've been scarred by his ineptitude come playoff time. I will say all the harsh words. I don't care. He was terrible in the playoffs. Terrible in the playoffs every single year, except for the games that ended up not really, like Game 7. Yeah, great. He was the only one that showed up. The rest of the team didn't. Congratulations. You're the only one that showed up. That Hawks series, we ripped Ben Simmons to no end for passing up the dunk, and he should. Tobias Harris was abysmal in that series. There was never a series you said that was the Tobias Harris series, except for maybe the Washington Wizards a couple of years ago when they faced them in the first round.
Like Embiid didn't play.
Yeah, great. You beat the Washington Wizards. You beat Russell Westbrook, Bradley Beal, and Rory Hachimura. Like, that's awesome, Tobias. Good for you. Here's your max contract. I think we're so scarred from Tobias that we don't know exactly what Embiid and Maxi need. You obviously just need somebody better than Tobias Harris. The question is, does it have to be one of those big-name players, or Embiid and Maxi good enough, kind of like Jokic and Murray, where you just need a competent third piece, which is what Michael Porter Jr. was the year they won the NBA championship?
Now, my argument is that they are good enough. And I didn't really get into this earlier because I was talking about live in a fantasy world where Embiid can be healthy. Health is a big part of the conversation, but for the sake of the point I'm trying to make, I'm going to assume health just because we're looking at talent. The other thing, Tyrese Maxey is caught up in this whole, we know how good he is. We have an idea of how good he can be, but I think his development is overshadowed by the team's failures. And I do believe that Tyrese Maxey could be a top 15 player in this league. Like, I think Tyrese Maxey has that type of ceiling. He's not this year, but at some point in his career, he could be that guy. The growth we've seen year over year for Tyrese Maxey has been insane. Won most improved player in the NBA last year because of it. And there's no reason to believe that he's not going to continue to improve at this clip. So where does that put him this year? Does that put him as one of the best point guards in basketball if he does play point? Like,
does play point.
Is he a top 25 player in the NBA this year? He's already an all-star last year. Like, I don't think that's out of the question for Maxey. So his level to improve upon where he's at might be the biggest factor in whether or not this is possible.
All right, and we'll see that play out. But the question is, do you want to see it play out? Like, or do you
ideally no?
Right, like you'd rather have again. I don't want to see Daryl Morey have to make roster changes again during the season. I don't want to see that because I'm tired of the excuse of they didn't have enough time to play together. Like, I'm tired of hearing that, and that's not a Daryl Morey fault. This is 10 years of this, or let's say 6 years when they started making the playoffs. This is 6 years of hearing they didn't play it. They didn't have enough time to play together. Brett Brown is the head coach. Doc Rivers is the head coach. Nick Nurse is the head coach. Nick Nurse was the only guy that ever said, I only had X amount of time when I was with the Raptors with Kawhi and we won a championship. He was the only one that didn't make the excuse. But at some point, those excuses will start again. And I don't want to hear them anymore.
Right. Whether they're valid or not, you don't want to keep having the same problem that restricts
because it hasn't worked.
competing.
Whether it's an excuse or not, it hasn't worked. What I can tell you factually is they have not won a championship yet.
That's true.
I could tell you fact, they've not gotten out of the second round yet. So what they have done so far, is it a correlation? Maybe, maybe not. But all I know is what they have done has not worked.
Guess what, buddy?
Be prepared for it again?
We're going to see it again.
Oh, jeez. All right.
It's just the situation.
What do we have on the text line, Brendan?
Yeah, we got a couple things, and they're all pretty negative so far about the Sixers. So let me get one up from Miz. Let's see. Miz from Northeast. I do think Embiid and Maxi are good enough to carry the team. I just don't know if they'll be healthy enough. I always said they don't need a third star, but someone who can just average 14 to 20 points a game, which is
That's a big gap. That's a big gap, 14 to 20.
Yeah, 14 doesn't get it done.
No, it's got to be a legitimate third piece. And right, like Tobias Harris did average 16, 17, 18 a game. It's just come playoff time was when he would completely disappear. So I'll bring up Michael Porter Jr. again. He averaged 17 a game the year they won the NBA title. But if you look up his playoff game logs, there's some games where he only scored like 10 to 15 points. There were some games where he scored 25. And Tobias never did that.
Yeah, and the other thing is 18 points a game or whatever. Not all 18-point per game scorers are created equal. They're not. You could get 4 a quarter, 6 a quarter, and just have them be low-impact buckets in spots where you don't really need them. Or you could have a guy that goes flamethrower and he ends up with 18, but
right.
It's in a huge spot. Now, I know Batum had more than that, but I think about the Batum game against Miami in the play-in game. Like, there are guys that do that consistently when the stars go down, and then there are guys like Tobias Harris who are going to give you minimal big-time buckets. So it's not even just the amount the guy's going to average.
What was the Tobias Harris big-time bucket? Ever. Like, seriously, in his career with the Sixers, is there one that comes to mind?
No. Now, I'm sure there's one or two out there.
I remember him hitting a mid-range jump shot in the playoff series against the Knicks that was a big-time bucket to, like, make it a 5-point game. But I'm saying, like, closing seconds, the ball is in Tobias Harris's hands. Like, now he never has had that shot because you've had Embiid and Maxi and James Harden. Those were the guys that were taking the shot, but still,
I mean, I can think of other dudes who have had those. Even
the max
regular
contract
season,
player.
Even regular season, I can think of dudes. I can think back a couple years to a Furkan Korkmaz walk-off buzzer beater in Portland, early on in the season.
Right.
Like, can you tell me the last time Tobias Harris did that against anybody?
I don't think he ever did, dude.
Role players have done that in Philly with Embiid and Maxi.
5.5 years, dude. 5.5 years I dealt with that man. The question is, can you find somebody that is more effective than Tobias Harris come playoff time? And is that good enough with Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey? Would love to hear from you. You can call in. You can text in. The phone number is 610-632-0975. Coming up next, speaking of Tobias Harris, I needed to hear something this morning, and I think a lot of you need to hear this as well. And finally, somebody said it, and it is the only thing that makes sense. You'll hear something Tobias Harris related coming up next. We'll get to more of your text reaction, and I'll let you know everything that we've got coming up on the show because this show is a busy one today. But don't worry, we got time for your texts and calls. You can climb in 610-632-0975. It is Kincade and Salciunas. Connor in for John today. Brendan producing the show right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. All right, here's what we got coming up today. Keith Pompey is going to be joining us at 8:10 to react to both rounds of the NBA draft, what happened and what didn't happen, and get a feel on things that what might happen this weekend. Remember, Paul George could opt into his contract this weekend, and if he does, that would then lead to discussion of a sign and trade. He's not opting in to stay with the Clippers. He would opt in to get a sign and trade. There's a lot of talk of him obviously opting out and reworking a deal with the LA Clippers. I saw now a 4-year max instead of the 5-year max, and there's other teams involved. I think the Paul George dream is dead, and then that leads to the question of what's next, and we'll ask Keith all these things when he joins us at 8:10. Obviously, today's headlines with Brendan Gunn, who is in Connor's seat today, is at 8:05, and at 9:30, we'll speak with John Kincade live from Las Vegas, as tonight is round 1 of the NHL draft, Connor.
Yeah, that's perfect.
It's a big day.
I can't wait for Wayne Gretzky to be the Flyers pick.
Oh, that would be, I will take that. I'll take Wayne Gretzky now.
Yeah.
Just
Well, he will come. You just got to
just put him out
Wayne
there.
for Wayne.
Just put him out there with Michkov, and you'll be fine. All right, so we'll get to some text coming up. We've got to get another random question out of the hat, as it is a Fanatic Friday. But yesterday on Philly Sports Tonight with Kevin Cooney, I believe it was last night, Kai Carlin, who covers the Sixers for Sixers Wire USA Today, he finally said something that I think we absolutely need to hear, because there's been a lot of Sixers fans that have sort of talked themselves back into Tobias Harris, or there have been, and I think you're ridiculous if you think that, or there are Sixers fans kind of like me that are starting to sweat oh my God, they're not really going to bring him back, are they? They're not really going to bring him back, are they? Here's Kai Carlin last night talking about that situation.
I don't think so. I mean, I feel like just both sides just kind of wipe their hands clean of the situation. I mean, if the Sixers were to bring Tobias back on a smaller deal, possibly. But even then, that's probably a very small chance. I think. I mean,
he says small chance. Look, obviously you can't say zero chance.
Right.
We needed to hear that.
Yeah.
It's changes scenery, man. If Tobias Harris came back here, what does that say about Tobias if he came back here? He's been ridiculed in the city for 5.5 seasons. Now, look, it's a business. So if he gets more money offered here than any other team, maybe he does come here.
Nah, he already got the bag, dude. I can't imagine he wants to go through this again. I can't.
I mean, I don't want to go through it again.
Yeah.
I don't want him here.
And guess what? It's probably worse for him than it is for us.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, as much as it bothers us, he's the one catching all the shrapnel.
Yeah, dude, of course. I'm just a disappointed Sixers fan. He's a guy that is probably seeing horrible things said about him on social media.
Yeah, there's no way.
And he's
this
pretty
works.
active online, so he does, imagine, see some vile things.
Yeah.
Now, he would, let's make it clear, he would see those vile things anywhere before all of a sudden we'd make this a case that Philadelphia fans are horrible human beings.
Right.
But, yeah, it's probably worse for him. But then again, he could sit back and count his millions.
Yeah, and the one thing I think about is that they could do a sign and trade with Tobias. He would be one of the leading candidates to do that with. Is you get him on a regular contract, no max deal or anything.
Right.
You move him for another player who could be like a 4th or 5th player on this team, someone else who could start for this team. I am concerned about the fan base reaction when the notification comes out that they have re-signed Tobias Harris.
Right, I remember you saying that the other day.
Because that could be like a burn down the city type of day. But ultimately, at the end of the day, that dude's not playing another game for the Sixers. He's not.
He better not.
He's not.
He better not.
There's no way.
And it's funny. So you start looking at I saw somebody tweet this out not that long ago, and they're spot on. All of a sudden, it looks like Tobias Harris might be one of the best free agents. So Maxi is, I'm just going points per game.
Yeah.
All right. Maxi's coming back here. LeBron's going to stay with the Lakers. DeMar DeRozan's 34 years old. So, how much are you building around him? You're just adding him to a team. And, oh, by the way, he doesn't fit on a team like the 76ers. Paul George seems like he'll probably go back to the Clippers. Pascal Siakam is already signing with the Pacers. Miles Bridges is a horrible human being. I don't know how many people actually want to pick up his contract or pick him up. D'Angelo Russell, we know who he is. Klay Thompson, ancient. And then it's Tobias Harris.
Yeah, I mean, that's such a shame. That's all you need to know about what the Sixers have potentially available for them to do is that that's the hierarchy of free agents.
Dude, there's going to be a lot of run-it-backs. Like, D'Anthony Melton seems like might come back here. Buddy Hield, I do want back here. I want to see that tried again. And it's not like you're going to have to pay a bunch of money to get Buddy Hield to come here. After that, I mean, there's really not much available. Somebody asked me if I could put in a good word for Valanciunas to be a backup center. I would. You know I would.
But some team's going to pay him to start.
Yeah,
so
probably. Absolutely. But I think we needed to hear that from Kai Carlin that, look, it's not likely that Tobias Harris comes back because they need both need to wash their hands of it. Now, Tobias Harris gets to wash his hands and wipe it off with like $100 bill because he has millions and millions and millions of dollars, so he'll be okay. But there's no way you can let that man come back in a Sixers uniform.
Not a chance.
And he should not want to come back in a Sixers uniform.
Of all the things that could go wrong with this Sixers offseason, that would be the worst.
Yep.
I'm sorry, but that would be the worst.
All right, you can text in. You can call in 610-632-0975. What should the Phillies do if we find out that Schwarber and Harper are out for an extended period of time? It'll be longer for Harper than Schwarber, we all imagine. But now all of a sudden you're missing your DH, your starting catcher, your starting first baseman, and you still don't know what you're doing with your center and left field positions. So before you know it, you look at the line, but you're going, wait, there's 5 question marks right now? Out of 9? Thank God they have the record that they do. And our main Sixers top it today. Do we believe that Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey are good enough, the two of them, where you don't need to acquire that third star? You just need to acquire a third piece that is a legitimate factor, unlike Tobias Harris in the playoffs the last couple of years. B-Gun, give us a text on that, and then we'll pull our next random question out of the hat.
All right, on the Sixers, we have Joe from New Jersey checking in. He says, with the amount of games Embiid misses, Maxey is not able to lead this team at this current time. They need a third option when they're both healthy, and definitely when Embiid is out.
Yeah, we saw that last year.
Right.
We literally saw the Sixers fall in the standings because Joel Embiid. It was out of nowhere. They were about to make, the 4th seed? What was the highest they could have gotten?
Yeah, I think they could have made it.
They went on that ridiculous run. We're like, oh my God, imagine if Embiid was here. They would be the 2 seed. Like, I love Tyrese Maxey. I don't think Maxey is a team carrier.
No, not yet. Could he be at some point in his career? Yes, which is why there's not total bleak lack of hope for the future when we get there. But honestly, that's why I have to, for this one, suspend reality with Joel Embiid potentially being injured and say, just look at the talent level. Because nobody that you're going to be able to acquire or have is good enough to carry this team anywhere if Joel Embiid is not available.
Okay. Let's go to Lewis in Pennsauken. Lewis, you're on 97.5, The Fanatic.
Hey, how you doing, fellas?
What up, Lou?
Yo.
Yeah, if you want to talk about the talent and the ability to carry us with the right supporting cast, if you say with the right supporting cast, I say that the Embiid and Maxey could do it, hypothetically. Problem is that it's like Groundhog Day. When we get to April, Embiid's hurt,
right,
and then he comes back, and then and then he's 60-70% during the playoffs. We never really see a great Embiid the way we should. We should be able to see him, and then we wind up losing. Here's the thing, and then it's a repeat cycle. That's why I say, like I said, if you think about it, and you say, okay, let's trade Embiid, then you'll have hope, because then you can talk about the kind of load that you can get back. You're not going to get any more for Embiid than you are going to get for him this year. Now, here's the thing. Morey, he totally doesn't understand the climate of the NBA. Here's what I'm saying. And somebody brought this out in a podcast, and it made me think. Think about this. When is the last time you've seen a major unrestricted free agent sign on any team in the East, in the Northeast? I'm talking about Boston, New York, or Philly, or Washington.
You're saying a free agent that wasn't already on the team. You're saying
unrestricted free agent, clear and cut, can go anywhere they want. You know where they go? They go to Miami.
Yeah, and they go out west.
To California. That's where they go majority of the time. Think about it. And let's understand something. So he said they clear all the cap space when they're not.
Yeah, look, I talked about this with John the other day, and I appreciate the call, Lewis. And I don't know, you can tell me if we said it on the air or not. We may have been talking about it off the air. I think it was off the air. It was definitely off the air because I said people don't want to hear this because we love Philadelphia.
Right.
Basketball players love LA.
Yeah, dude. This is not like the top destination city. And there's no shame in that.
But this sport specifically.
Yeah.
Like the NBA, out of all 4 majors, you could make the case probably has the most divas
Yes.
in the league.
Absolutely.
Right? Like I know wide receivers in the
football
NFL
has
are
some.
divas, but man, if you're an offensive lineman, you know, you're playing in the cold or it doesn't matter, right?
Right. If you're a linebacker, if you're a running back.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where you're
like
playing.
Derrick Henry could play in Antarctica.
Right, exactly, and he'll be fine. Whereas in the NBA, it's a winter sport. A lot of the time you spend in the winter, you probably want to be somewhere warm. That's why teams like Minnesota don't really win all that much.
Yeah.
Like, who's that one guy on the who used to play in the NBA that always rips Utah and how it's a horrible place to be?
Oh, dude, I forget his name.
But
yeah.
I forget. But like nobody wants to go to Utah. Like players don't sign max contracts to go there unless they re-sign. Like Anthony Edwards hopefully stays in Minnesota because I think that's great for basketball, right? When that time comes up. Man, Paul George goes, hell yeah, I want to stay in LA.
Why wouldn't you?
Like that's the NBA. So Lewis is right. I do remember I was saying this off the air because I was like, I don't want to say this because people don't want to hear it, but people don't want to come here. It's not because of Philadelphia is a horrible fan base. It's I can go to Miami during the winter time. That sounds good.
Sounds awesome. Now, I'm trying to remember, just to answer Lewis's question, our caller, of like the last time it happened. When Brooklyn built their big 3, were KD or Kyrie were any of them free agents that signed there? Or was that all trade? I feel like one of them signed.
Yeah,
so
Harden fat suit. I think Irving was traded from Boston.
So KD would have had to have been.
Kevin Durant may have been a free agent signing, yeah.
Yeah, one of them had to be because there's no way they had the assets for all those trades.
Right.
That would have been the last time. And I can't tell you the other time before that.
No, I mean, look at the New York Knicks. Like, who's the star player?
Right.
Like, there isn't
they
one,
haven't
right?
had that.
Like, Lewis isn't wrong. Unless it's like a team that's stacked like the Brooklyn Nets. Like, they came together to try to do something, right? And it's a painful thing to realize.
Right.
Which is why I don't even want to talk about it on the air sometimes because it is like you have to hit on the draft in certain areas. And that could end up changing. Look, if LeBron was here, there would be people that would want to play here.
Yes.
Right?
Absolutely.
But LeBron went to LA.
But, dude, you have arguably the best basketball player on the planet here already, and nobody wants to come play with Embiid. And I don't think it's Embiid.
And I think about LeBron, he went to Miami and LA. Like, he went to the two stereotypical places to go as a free agent. Miami and LA.
We need like an all-time great basketball player to just be born here again. Like, that's the only...
We have one!
No, because LeBron played in Cleveland.
Oh, I got you.
That's the only way the Sixers will win is if, like, the next LeBron is born in Philadelphia and wants to play for the Sixers.
All right, coming up next, we get more of your text reaction. Also, a random question out of the hat, as it is a Fanatic Friday. It's Kincade and Salciunas. Connor in for John today, right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now.
6 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Want to let you know about the deal of the week, a great one, and why not do it for this weekend? Check out the Fanatic deal of the week, 97.5thefanatic.com/deals. You get $50 to the 8 and Sand Beer Company for just $25. It's located in Woodbury, New Jersey. 8 and Sand Beer Company features 20 taps at their 40-foot bar, a must-stop for all who love breweries and craft beer. So you pay $25, you get $50, so you get an extra $25. I've had their beers. They're delicious. They're tremendous. So check it out, 97.5thefanatic.com/deals. I'll be drinking other kinds of beer in a couple of days.
Yeah. What's the beer scene in Lithuania? Is it good?
Strong.
Yeah. It's got to be.
Strong. And vodka's big.
Oh,
Honey liquor's big.
I remember.
Dude, when I was there last time, here's the one thing. Like I'm so excited to be going. All right, so excited to be going. I'm glad that my son's going with me. Like last time, I went to a bar and I was able to order a flight of shots.
What?
That was it ended up being like basically half the price if I just ordered 4 shots. Like it was wild.
That sounds problematic.
So like I can't do that kind of stuff this time. Not that I need to drink to have fun.
What do you mean? Coop can help you with that.
Yeah, he can't, Connor. He's a 2-year-old. He's not ready to start throwing back honey liquor shots anytime soon. But yeah, I can't wait. Now, coming up, we have a random question out of the hat. I have a random question for you that I'm not even going to go into the hat for. But we have Keith Pompey coming up at 8:10. Today's headlines with Brennan Gunn at 8:05. And we'll check in with John live from Las Vegas as tonight is round 1 of the NHL draft at 9:30. All right, here's a random question I have for you. I can't tell if I like this stuff or not. So I just saw a random scientific tweet pop up on the For You tab. You've seen
Yeah, what are you doing in the For You tab?
I don't know.
That place is a wasteland.
But I got random stuff. Like I would never follow scientific accounts. I'm not smart enough. But every once in a while, it pops up on the timeline. So I find this fascinating. The moon... You know how we have a moon?
Yes.
The moon from Mars, because they have their own moon. Some planets have multiple moons.
Yeah, Jupiter's got like 20 or something.
Their moon is becoming a ring. Like how Jupiter has a ring.
Oh, yeah, because that's how that forms.
So I think that's fascinating.
It's very cool.
Do you find that fascinating? That's question 1.
Yes.
Brendan?
I'm just jealous they have that many rings. I've only seen 2.
Oh, my God. You're on one today.
Wow.
But here's the problem. It's not going to develop for like 50 million years.
Yeah, it takes a while for the planet to the moon to deteriorate.
So, like, why do I care?
By the time it devolves into another ring, it's not even going to be a planet anymore.
Right,
dude. They're going to do it
yeah,
like
yeah,
Pluto.
Yeah,
Like,
dude, this place is gone.
Well, Cooper Salciunas the 14th.
This place is gone in 50 million years. Come on.
True.
But it's like I find that kind of cool, but at the same time, I'm not even going to be close to seeing it.
Yeah, but I still like learning that those things can happen. Like, it makes you ponder the existence and wonder, does it really matter if the Sixers don't have the players to sign with the
Yes, it matters because I will be alive for the Sixers' chances.
What about the cool moon ring, dude? Think about the moon ring.
That moon ring does nothing for me.
All right, well.
All right, give us a random question out of the hat, and then we'll get to some text still. What do we got, B-Gun?
All right, let's see. We got your starting 5 of great players who you hate.
Ooh, that's a good one. This might be like the all-time Sixers starting 5, or we might need to do this and lead off one with it. Because I don't know. Can we go 5 right now?
I got to think of players who I hate.
I know Daniel Tice is absolutely
Debo
starting.
Samuel's on mine in a short amount of time. Like that guy's. Are we going
Well,
all
let's go
sports?
We got 5.
Okay, we're just going.
I'm not doing a 53-man roster here, Brendan.
I thought we were just picking 5 athletes, making a starting lineup out of that.
I'm doing all right. Starting 5 of players that we hate. So it doesn't have to be a good starting 5.
No, they can stink. They probably will.
Kevin Huerter is on mine.
Yeah, Kevin Huerter makes it.
That Hawks series. Yeah, that Hawks series. That dude. There's so many things about that Hawks series that like I want to forget, and sometimes I do forget, and then you remind me of Kevin Huerter.
Yeah,
like I can still see Trae Young lobbing it to Clint Capella.
I'm gonna have a great.
And they never stopped it.
Yeah, Trae Young and Ben Simmons backcourt is going to be amazing. Yeah, that's a very hateable backcourt.
One guy's not playing.
Yeah, exactly. Why do you think I hate him? Play the sport.
All right, I'm gonna have to think about this one during the break. Give us a text, Brendan, on our topics today. I gotta think about. I gotta get a pen.
Yeah, this is a write one down.
The top five, the starting five players that I hate.
That is a good one. You need to do some thinking about it. We got Mike from Turnersville checking in. He says, I want to see if the Phils can tread water with Wilson and Hall for now. The move they have to make is a right-handed power bat in the outfield. That is the biggest need at the deadline. That was shown the other day against Skubal. He dominated the entire lineup. Mike Trout is starting baseball activities. He's going to be back this season. You have to explore acquiring Trout if it's an option.
You have to explore.
Yes.
And I think every team in Major League Baseball has to explore, and they'll probably be told, hey, Mike's very comfortable losing, so he doesn't want to go anywhere.
Wow.
Which is it's annoying. He should have been traded 6 times now.
You put it on him or the Angels?
Both.
Okay.
How many times have you seen a player demand a trade and eventually it happens?
Yeah. I mean,
they're not winning.
Always.
They had Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani, the 2 best players in the galaxy, and they couldn't even make the freaking playoffs. So I think he's very comfortable losing in Anaheim. But yes, you should explore. But to the first part of his text, guys, we know who Weston Wilson and Derek Hall are. There's a reason why they're in AAA and get called up and then sent down, called up and then sent down. Derek Hall can't hit good pitching or lefties. Weston Wilson, yeah, it's a home run. His first at Major League at bat. I was there for it. It was the Lorenzen no-hitter game. It was awesome. But what do you? Let's see what they do first. No, you know what they are.
these guys are quad A players.
Yes,
100%.
This isn't a prospect, and you go, let me see what Johan Rojas can do as the starting center fielder at the beginning of the year, right? Like that fine. I didn't agree with you if you said that, which I was alone on that one. I didn't agree with you, but whatever. Like, you wanted to see what Johan Rojas was like? Yeah, sure, because he was a prospect. I've seen Derek Hall. I've seen Weston Wilson. I don't know if they're going to really step in here and all of a sudden uplift them or keep them above water until the big guys come back. Like, there's a major drop-off from Bryce Harper to Derek Hall. Major drop-off. There are better options out there.
Absolutely, there are. And that's not an answer for a team in the position the Phillies are in. It just can't be.
Right. Like, I'm not looking for players. Like, Weston Wilson and Derek Hall are, with all due respect, they mean nothing to this team.
Yeah, 100%. You guys did the show a couple weeks ago. Is this an all-in season? By all-in, I took it as if somebody goes down, you make the moves that you have to do that are necessary to go out there and continue winning. You don't waste a season like this treading water with guys like Derek Hall and Weston Wilson. You go out there and make a move for a guy that's going to fill that hole, and you know what you're going to get day in and day out. You're not going to get a two-hit game here, and then he's not going to get a hit for a week. Or Derek Hall go off for a game and have two home runs in three games, and then for the next 2 weeks, you're not going to get anything out of him.
You know what they should do? They should do what the Phillies did like 5 years ago when they shouldn't have done it. When they acquired the Jay Bruces of the world.
Right.
There was that big first baseman that they got.
Who, Carlos Santana?
No, they signed. I'm talking about trades that they made. And they made moves for guys that weren't going to really do anything for them. But like in his case, like now, all right, fine. You trade for that guy. You know he's going to be the backup when the other players come back. They traded them for start. Like they literally traded for Jason Vargas to be a part of their starting rotation because they thought that was going to uplift them into the playoffs. Like that was a horrible move at the time. But players like that level, you can make those moves today.
Right. Speaking of horrible moves, Scott Kingery's still out there.
I can't tell if you're being serious.
No, I'm not. But I know that I'm surprised we haven't gotten the Scott Kingery text.
Because everybody knows at this point.
Not everybody. There's still some Kingery.
Everybody knows at this point. And I just remembered, I looked it up. Justin Bohr. Justin Bohr was one of those guys that they acquired for 24 games. He'd be a great kind of player to get right now.
Yes.
But not back then when you were actually trying to make the playoffs for the first time in a decade. All right, coming up next, we have the...
Today's headlines. Jesus.
Proud of you. Brendan Gunn at 8:05. Keith Pompey joins us at 8:10. And then we'll answer this question. Our all-time starting five of players we hate. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. John out today. He's in Vegas, so we'll talk to him coming up at 9:30. Connor sitting in for him today. We have today's headlines with Brennan Gunn coming up at 8:05. We have Keith Pompey joining the show at 8:10 to discuss the week that was when it comes to the Sixers, the NBA draft, and all the rumors surrounding the team, what could happen, what might not happen. We'll find out this weekend if Paul George decides to opt in or opt out of his contract. There's a lot to come for the Sixers still this offseason, and we'll talk to Keith Pompey about it at 8:10. But one of our random questions out of the hat, we do this every single Friday during the summer. We pull random questions out of the hat, and our last question was your all-time starting five of players you hate. And, dude, I'm still struggling on this so much.
Yeah.
You have your five.
I do. You want it? Well,
I have 3/5, but, like, I can't really tell. Like, I wrote one down that I crossed off because I hate him, but I wish he was on my team. So do I actually hate him if I want him on my team?
Yeah, or do you just hate that he plays against you?
Like,
No.
that answer, I'll tell you guys right now, was Marcus Smart. Like, I hated Marcus Smart, but I would have taken him in a heartbeat. I still would.
I'm very comfortable saying I don't want any of these players on my team, and I hate them in spite of any ability.
But I have one guy. I have two process guys on here.
Huh, interesting.
And one was because of the fans.
I have two former Sixers.
Okay. Give me your starting five.
All right. So
These are players, your all-time starting five.
we'll start big to small. So Daniel Tice is a no-brainer. That is the first name I wrote down. I hate his game. I hate his face. I'm sorry. Like, I apologize, but he's a hate-the-face guy.
I have a former Celtic big as mine, too.
Yeah.
And I feel bad because he had a very big health scare recently, but Aaron Baines.
Oh.
Because that guy averaged like 12% from three and then was a bucket
Killed the
when the
Sixers.
Sixers, like, the dude shot 95% from three in a playoff series. It was
Right.
unbelievable. So I have Aaron Baines. You have Daniel Tice.
He was
Awesome.
the Daniel Tice before Daniel Tice.
Yes.
So, like, that's the same vein. Al Horford has to be on
Oh,
here.
yeah, dude, you're right.
Like, that guy is a...
Yeah.
He sabotaged the Sixers. I will never not believe that guy came here and sabotaged this team. There's no way, there's no way he could have been that bad, that incompetent at fitting in with this team, and then gone to Boston and been what he was this year and last year.
Okay.
It's just Ben Simmons obviously is on there. I mean, that's an all-time number one overall draft pick for former Sixers who you have to hate.
Yeah.
And then the backcourt's interesting here. Trae Young, who, I just hate his game, dude. I hate everything about the way he plays basketball. I'm sorry. He's a very talented player, but everything about the way he goes about playing the sport bothers me. And this one's a great one that I can't believe it took me a while to come up with. Jared Dudley.
Oh, my God, yeah. Dude, I give Ben Simmons a lot of credit for that. Remember his response? It's Jared Dudley, man.
Yeah.
So you have him on the same
Wasn't
team,
that the
man.
Embiid, first of all, he's a nobody drop, was Jared Dudley?
Probably.
Yeah,
And then Ben Simmons said, come on, man, we're talking about Jared
Yeah, back in
Dudley.
2019.
With this stupid headband, you don't have hair, you look like an idiot. You're not good. You got smoked in that series. Jared Dudley can kick rocks forever.
All right, so here's what I have, and it's dumb. Like, my list is stupid. Like, again, I'm a big basketball fan and always have been. So, like, I randomly put down at point guard. I don't even know why, except the fact that he was on good teams and he was just kind of there. Kirk Heinrich.
Kirk Heinrich, that's a throwback.
Just didn't like him. Guy couldn't really shoot.
I used
all
to
that
play
well.
with him in 2K.
Hey, you drafted him. He was always available
was
in the
great.
draft, and I would
Yeah.
have him on my team every single time, and I hated him.
Could shoot it a little
So
bit.
it's more so a video game reason, I think, why I did not like Kirk Heinrich. Shooting guard, and this is your fault, Sixers fans, KJ McDaniels, just because he could jump. He was horrible.
And his mom going on Twitter
Yes.
ripping the whole team.
He was a horrible basketball player. And remember, he had some weird contract where he was able to get more money as a second-round draft pick. I hated him, but because Sixers fans thought he was going to be a big piece out of the process, he sucked. Speaking of it, and this isn't even his fault. Because if I'm this guy, I too would shoot 1,000,000 times a game when I was on the process Sixers. I have Hollis Thompson.
Yeah,
But, I would do the same thing.
That's on the hated list.
I don't have good hate.
Top 5. No,
Miles
you
Thompson,
don't.
Henry Sims, dude, they were dreck. Like, it was awful
Well, like
watching
if I'm
those
Miles
guys.
Thompson, I'm doing
Expect them to be
the
good.
same thing. Like I don't have good answers.
Bro,
on
if you
here.
put me in an NBA game, I'm shooting 1,000 times. Like, I'm sorry. I know I'm not supposed to be out there. I'm just going to chuck up shots. I can't blame him.
I have one more player that I would probably put over Heinrich because Kirk Heinrich's such a random answer. And it's more so because he never came here, and he was a guy that the Sixers, I thought, would have bought out or traded for like 8 different times, and he was in the NBA for 1 billion years. Goran Dragic.
Yeah.
It's more so an annoyance that the Sixers could have used him like 10 different times.
I thought you were going Wesley Matthews on that.
He's another
one.
no, dude. He's another
same
guy. You're
thing.
right. He's another guy that could have fit 1 million times. But Dragic, like, it got to the point where last year he was like 1 million years old and he still wouldn't come to the Sixers. It was the weirdest thing. All right, I'm sorry. It's time now for today's headlines with Brendan Gunn.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
What's up, B Gunn?
All right, we'll make it a quick one. Speaking of the NBA and all-time rosters and all that, I don't know if you guys saw the story with a Duke guy who caused controversy in college, Kyle Flipkowski, and
Oh my
why he
God,
fell
dude.
in the draft, allegedly. Dude, it's the craziest thing. So, apparently, his family members all believe that he was groomed by his current girlfriend, who's 28 years old. He's 20. They started dating when he was in high school. She went to prom with him. And then,
That's weird.
So it's weird, but then it gets weirder because Jonathan Givney, the guy who invented Draft Express, he now works for ESPN.
Yeah.
He went on the air and he said teams were questioning him about his girlfriend and he was concerned about it. Some of the stuff his brother said on Twitter was, "I'm Kyle's older brother. You still don't have a clue to the extent of this story. It has to do with his girlfriend." That's a story that's been pushed under the bus for nearly 2 years now. If Givney responds to my DMs, he would be able to get the full story that no one knows
I'm sorry.
about.
Why has it only been 2 years?
Yeah, exactly.
There's
dude.
an 8-year age gap. Look, I get it. Look, when we're all 18, we're dapping each other up. Like, yo, bro, you got a
all right,
26-year-old?
I
Like,
got you.
that's awesome. But, dude, like, that's weird.
Yes.
Dude, so strange.
Like, she was in what? She was in college, or did she graduate already? Like,
Yeah, dude, she would have been like 27.
Yeah, she
26 at
graduated
his senior
college
prom.
in 2018.
oh my God, dude. Yeah, this is why. And of course, he goes to Utah.
Yeah, which nothing happens by accident.
But it's just amazing. Like, that was a crazy story that came out. I don't
soaked
think
last night
I don't
when
think
he
he's
got
gonna.
drafted.
I don't think he's gonna be a big NBA play. Like,
No.
So like, I'm not shocked that he fell in the draft, but now you find out what could have been the reason. Like, Zach Getty should not have been drafted 9th overall. Like, can we all agree?
I don't know.
It was an awful
know.
draft.
I think.
Awful draft.
I think.
Oh, you mean like talent-wise compared to previous
like
9th overall?
Like Filipowski should have been at least in
Yeah,
the first round.
Teams were actually concerned about it. But all right, we'll move on to the next one real quick. I'll let you guys answer, then I'll give Keith Pompey a call.
Yes, please.
So Bryce Harper was elected to his 8th All-Star game yesterday as the top vote getter in the National League. He's not the only Philadelphia athlete that's heading out to the MLB All-Star game. Tyrese Maxey is going to be playing in the celebrity softball match. I have a question for you guys. If you guys could participate in any All-Star weekend for any league, which one would it be?
NBA.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I would love to do the skills competition. I don't have to set it up. I can just walk out onto the court and there's all these basketballs here and I just have to throw chest passes through that net.
That's a fair pick for you. Like,
And that's the only one I can't hit home runs. Like, I would not. I would embarrass myself in a home run derby.
no, but you could do the celebrity softball game. Like,
could.
That's mine. You
Okay.
know, like, I am a softball geek. I would love to play that is honestly my biggest professional goal.
Yeah,
I
but you
think.
know what, dude? If you try too hard in the celebrity softball game, you're a loser. If you try hard in the skills competition, that's
Nah,
you
if
know.
you try hard and you're not good. If I hit like 4, those fences are like 240
Yeah, they're
feet.
not far. Yeah.
If I go 4 for 4 with 4 bombs in the celebrity softball game as like a guy who talks sports, that's gonna be awesome.
All right, that's a good answer.
Or if I hit like a liner through like a pop star's face, like
yeah, and then you're literally hate. Imagine if you did it to Taylor Swift.
just like a one-hop bullet at Taylor Swift at third base.
All right, that's today's headlines with Brendan Gunn. We head now to the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. He does a tremendous job covering the Philadelphia 76ers for the Philadelphia Inquirer, Inquirer.com, and I know he's been busy. Well, ever since the season ended, because he's been popping out stories left and right. That, of course, is the great Keith Pompey. Keith, good morning, man. How are you?
Hey, good morning. What's up, y'all?
Let's talk some draft. Let's talk some future for the Sixers. Let me ask you right away your thoughts on the 2 selections. Are you surprised that they made 2 selections, even though they can still trade players if need be. But your feeling so far on what the Sixers did in the 2 rounds of the NBA draft?
Let me start off with being surprised. I'm not surprised at all. Like, I fully expected them to make a second round pick. When it came down to the first round pick, I didn't know what to expect because just because they had so many options, right? Trade it, trade back, do whatever. So that one was one of those where I was basically like just going by it. Now, I do like the pick. I like McCann. I like Jared McCann a lot. But I was shocked that they stayed with their plan and selected him because, that guy Kincade from Tennessee was falling. And, because of all the hype that he had, the fact that he can shoot it, he can also create and score. I felt like, he was a guy that was going to fall to them and probably, they would have selected him and they would have been the talk of the draft, so to speak. Everybody saying how they were able to get him. But they stood pat, and they got McCann. They like him. He's a guy that they identified. He can also shoot it. I guess the big concern right now is just that when he's on the floor with Maxi, how is that pairing going to be defensively with 2 smaller guards? But, good pickup. I was just shocked that they didn't, switch up the plan and go with the bigger guy and play with him.
Now, looking at the post-draft moves for the Sixers and what comes next, what is next priority number 1 for them right now? Is it a trade for a max contract player? Is it waiting for free agency to evaluate who you can sign? What do you think is the next thing at the top of the board for them?
I think the next thing for them is kind of like it's going to be a domino effect. I think everybody's sitting back and waiting to see what Paul George is going to do right now. If there's one, because I think once Paul George picks up this option or whatever he does, I think that we're going to start seeing the domino falls, right? People are going to go like other free agents are going to sign with said teams or they're going to do things like that. So I think it's a wait-and-see approach. But I would not be surprised if the 76ers made a trade or at least tried to make a trade for someone. I mean, just because of I feel like, we know LeBron James is staying. Jimmy Butler just came out and said that he's not going anywhere. So is Paul George. They are the top 3 guys. So from that point on, it's kind of like, I think if they want to get the player that they want, they may have to try to, get into a 3-team trade, do some other things. So right there, I think that may be the next move for them.
All right, Keith, let's say that next move is not there. So is this another potential let's wait and be patient and see what happens when the season starts? There could be a disgruntled star. Or do they maybe overpay with someone because Joel Embiid himself has talked about wanting continuity and maybe having an actual roster from start to finish so that you know who you're playing with come playoff time?
Yeah, I hate to be Daryl Morey right about now, right?
Right.
You see what I mean? Like, I hate to be that. Now, the thing is, I think you got to be careful. Now let's say you can go out there and you can get someone who some people will say will be like a stopgap, right? But here's the problem with that. It's kind of like if you pay that person, yeah, you want to pay them, but you're not trying to give them a lot of years, right? Now, what they could do is they can get a bunch of role players and do something and have them on short contracts. But honestly, we're talking about Joel Embiid's championship window. So and then you're also, like, after next season, or excuse me, after this summer, Maxi's going to be on a max deal. So the cap space that people think they're going to have next summer to be able to go out and get a max guy is basically dwindling away unless you make trades, another trade, right? So the deal is, I think, like, this is the summer. The summer is now to make it happen. So no matter what they do, they got to find a way to get guys. You just have to wonder if that person is going to be able to fit in nicely. Like, okay, we know that Zach LaVine is going to be available, right? You know that, Brandon Ingram, they're shopping them to everybody. But are they 2 guys that you feel comfortable enough with to bring in here And also, when you look at what the New York Knicks are doing, you look at what the Indiana Pacers, have Siakam coming back. Are these stars that you're going to go after, are they going to be good enough to have you up in the top 3 in the East, right? So there's a lot of questions, and that's why I say, I hate to be Daryl Morey right about now. Well, I take that back. I would love to make Daryl Morey's money, right? But at the same time, it's just one of those things where it's tough, and I don't think keep pushing the goalposts back is going to help the 76ers just because of the window is closing, and let's face it, the fan base is getting disgruntled. I mean, they pushed the window back last year for this season, and now all of a sudden you're going to say, hey, we can't do something. Let's wait another year. I mean, I think that's one way of losing fans.
Yeah, you can only be so patient. We're speaking with Keith Pompey of the Inquirer, covers the Sixers, does a great job. And Keith, one of our questions on the show today is about the Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey pairing and what their ceiling is. So let's say they don't get a bona fide third star to go alongside those guys. Do you have enough talent in those two players to potentially compete, assuming health? Because we know that's the main question. But just on talent alone, are those two guys good enough to carry this team?
I don't think so. Don't get me wrong. They are great players. And I'm just going to give you an example of, and I hate to say it, but Boston, right? So Boston has the 2 stars, but they don't win the championship if they don't have, the role players that they have who are stars in their own right. I mean, you look at Porzingis, who was an all-star. I mean, you look at Drew Holiday, who was a 2-time all-star, one of the best defenders to ever play the game. You look at Al Horford. I mean, he struggled here, but he was an all-star, right? So I think that what you have to do is, yes, you have pieces like Joel Embiid and you have Maxey who are going to get all the accolades, but they need quality of teammates with them who can fit into that role player role. But if they were on their own team, they would be the man. That's what the 76ers need. And you take Joel Embiid, prime example, you take Joel Embiid off the Sixers, they were one of the worst teams in the league. Yeah, you had Maxey, who was willing enough. I mean, think about it. He had to score 50-something points for them to beat the Spurs in double overtime. The Spurs, right? So, yes, I mean, you need more than Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey, especially when you look at what the Knicks are doing, and teams like that. They just need a lot of help. They need a lot of players who can help them out.
Last thing before we let you go, Keith, if it isn't Paul George, because let's face it, it's the worst kept secret in the world that they want him. If it's not Paul George, who is that plan B?
It's weird. I think I always felt like Paul George was plan A. I felt like probably making a trade or maybe hoping and wishing you could have gotten LeBron James was plan B, right? Right now I'm looking at a guy who may be, and it's not through free agency, it will be through a trade, but I feel like one of the more realistic guys that they can get now would probably be a Brandon Ingram. I mean, honestly, but then there's going to be will there be a market? I don't know. But I just feel like just because of, he's a type of guy who's younger, he's 26. I mean, you got a question about his desire and things, so that's a huge concern. But of all the guys that they were named, I feel like he could be an option. I mean, there's some people talking about Klay Thompson, right? But again, that's another concern. Here's a guy that, after his injuries, he lost a lot, right? And he's another older guy. But when you look at Ingram, he's a younger dude. He's 26. He can score. He can do things. The question is, though, that I have is, why was he benched in the play-in game? Why was he benched for Team USA? So those are just a lot of concerns to me. There's really not a lot out there in the free agent market, outside of Paul George, Maxey, who you already have, LeBron, and that's it to me. That's really it.
Did Daryl Morey misread the situation then? Remember, last year they kind of kicked the can to this year because of the offseason, and I understood why, but it doesn't seem to be playing out the way we all expected it to, Keith.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a lot of things that could have contributed to this. Like maybe he probably okay, a prime example, and I'm just throwing this out there. Like I don't have any. Now I do know there were teams out there. I do know there were teams out there who wanted to trade for Tobias, but I don't know if they were willing to give back something that was the Sixers felt like equal value, or maybe they were just trying to dump salary as well, right? So Darryl was like, why am I going to bring in somebody who we can trade Tobias, but then I'm going to have somebody on the books for longer. So you would think that last year would have been the time to make the move. Now, the problem is they really didn't have a lot of assets to do something. Now, they did get rid of James Harden, and they got, guys with expiring contracts. But it just seems like Indiana and New York, that they had better assets to go out there and get the guys that they wanted, and now it benefits the guys to stay where they're at, where they're going to make more money. So yeah, last year would have been a great time, but it was one of those things where if you get rid of certain players, what's the flexibility going to be like to get rid of the guys that you bring in?
Keith, you're the man. We appreciate it. Enjoy the weekend. Keep up the great work. We'll be reading all your stuff on the Inquirer at Inquirer.com. We'll talk to you again down the road.
Hey, thanks for having me on the show, fellas.
You're the man, Keith. There he is, Keith Pompey on the Comcast Business Hotline. All right, we're going to continue this conversation. We'll get your reaction on the text line. 2-hour Sixers discussion. You heard Connor ask Keith our main topic today. Are Embiid and Maxi good enough as a duo where you don't need that third bona fide star? You just build pieces around them. Are they good enough to beat teams like the Boston Celtics and the New York Knicks? But you heard Keith talk about at the end there. Did Daryl Morey kind of just misplay the situation? I know it's too early to come up with that answer, but we can talk about it, and we will. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic. Salciunas 97.5, the Fanatic. I want to thank Keith Pompey, who just joined us in the last segment, and I want to expand on the conversation that we've had. If you're just tuning in, we've been talking about the Phillies and the unfortunate scenario that happened at the end of the game yesterday when Bryce Harper comes up limping after trying to bust it down the first baseline to avoid making the final out in the game. And now it looks like he will miss time. I mean, we all agree he's going to miss time.
Absolutely.
Right? We don't know how long, but you see somebody come up like that, that's probably not like a little tweak that he's going to miss like a game or two. He's probably going to miss a couple of weeks. And they have the ability to take their time because of their lead that they have in the NL East, 8 games over the Atlanta Braves. But Kyle Schwarber also left the game injured yesterday. And now it starts to make you think, all right, what should they do? How aggressive should they be trying to acquire a player that can keep them above water? We had a texter earlier today saying, I don't want to trade for anybody. I'd rather see Weston Wilson and Derek Hall. You know who those two players are. I would rather trade a prospect that you're probably never going to see, right? I'm not saying Andrew Painter for a backup first baseman. I'm saying one of your top 15 that you probably won't see, like that Starlin Caba guy. He's a shortstop. Like what?
Yeah.
He's blocked by Turner and Bryson Stott.
Well, yes, but the reason you hang on to him is because
for a bigger piece. Yeah.
Yes.
I get it. I'm using him as an example. Like a player like that where you know they're probably never going to play for the Phillies. You trade for a guy that's going to come in here and be a legitimate, be a difference maker for the month while Harper is out. I'm just throwing a month out there willy-nilly. There's no reports of Bryce Harper being out a month. I'm just going to guess a month. But then also they could still make an impact when these players come back healthy. But we're also talking about the Sixers, and our main topic today is whether or not we believe that Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey are good enough as a duo to not go out there and acquire a third star. Star, right? Michael Porter Jr. is not a star, but he is an impact third piece for the Denver Nuggets that doesn't clam up the way Tobias Harris has done. And I do think Tobias has scarred us where we think we need to get somebody better than Tobias Harris. Tobias Harris was actually kind of perfect in terms of numbers until the playoffs.
Yeah.
And he would disappear. And I also didn't think he was a good enough three-point shooter to play alongside Tyrese Maxey and Joel Embiid. You say yes. I don't know. I kind of leaned more toward Keith because I saw them not beat the New York Knicks, the two of them. And he brought the Celtics. Like, no, Maxey and Embiid are not good enough to beat the Celtics.
I say yes on projection because I still think that Tyrese Maxey has so much more ceiling in his game.
All right, how much more ceiling does Embiid have?
Well, how much more ceiling does Embiid need? That's the thing. Again, this is not realistic, but I have to assume health when I'm just having a conversation about talent. I have to assume when these guys are on the court. I know that's not necessarily going to happen, but when Embiid is healthy, there is not a player in the Eastern Conference that can defend him. And I don't think there's a player in the NBA that can defend him.
Yeah, and look, the Knicks couldn't really defend him in the playoffs, but there were still other issues that led to the team losing in the playoff series.
Yes, and I think part of those were around Embiid being hampered, not being able to move all that well. He could score, but he couldn't do much else, and the amount of effort it took for him to score had him gassed by the end of the fourth quarter, which is not, he's out of shape. It's, dude, he couldn't move because he was injured.
Right.
So, I don't know. I think the best version of Tyrese Maxey and Joel Embiid could do it. I don't think the best version is realistic, though.
Yeah, it probably isn't. And that's why I would like to get a third star because not only can you give Embiid more time to come back from injury, you can also all right, this guy's clearly limbering right now, and they're locking up Tyrese Maxey. All right, let's look to our third guy to do something, which Tobias Harris literally scored 0 points in the elimination game.
My point is if you were playing NBA Jam style 2-on-2, and you had Embiid and Maxey against the other top two players.
Yeah, but that's not.
I know it's. I know
not
it's
what
not.
it is.
I know it's not. But on talent level, those guys go toe to toe with any top two in the NBA.
I told you guys during the one break, if you dropped Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey on any other team, you drop them on the Celtics. Do I trust the Celtics to build a championship roster around them? Yes. Do I trust the Lakers to build a championship roster around them? Yes. The Miami Heat? Yes. For whatever reason, the Sixers, they try their best. So I'm not saying they're not a good organization or anything like that. Just whatever can go wrong will go wrong. They're the Cowboys. They're the Mets. They try their hardest. They get their stars. Whatever goes wrong, whatever will go wrong goes wrong. And that's why I feel so bad about it. Because I believe you can build a championship roster around them. I just don't know if it's going to happen
and
here.
it goes to what I just asked Keith at the end of our conversation there. Like, I understood, and this was my jumping off point yesterday. I understood the plan for Daryl Morey and the Sixers last year to get ready for this offseason. I understood the plan. I understood the cap space. I understood Tobias Harris's contract coming off the books. I understood all those things. But we're here now. And during the regular season, when you didn't trade for Pascal Siakam, you didn't trade for OG Anunoby, to Keith's point, because you probably couldn't because of your lack of assets. Those guys ended up getting traded for and stayed with the teams. LeBron is not opting out. Paul George, it looks like that doesn't seem to be happening. You're now down to your fifth or sixth option. Right. And I know people like Brandon Ingram. We're going to take a call on somebody who likes Brandon Ingram. But that's the Sixers' sixth option, if he was sixth. Who knows where Daryl Morey had Brandon Ingram on their list?
Yeah, and the other thing, too, in all of this is it's not just, okay, this team's pretty good, and they're trying to find someone who fits, and if they get their sixth option, okay, you have these pieces. Like, they needed their first option. They needed their second option. Like, those were the only things that could possibly get them to where they need to be. We're down so far at this point, it's almost like, what are we doing?
Dude, it's like, all right, this is very immature, but we're guys here. Okay. We get it. You're at the bar, you struck out the first 5 times. Look, you go home with the 6, it's still fun. But, like, you struck out the first 5 times. Like, the Sixers struck out the first 5 times. And Brandon Ingram is a better player, I would think, than Tobias Harris.
Yeah, it's fun until the night comes to an end and you're like, go home.
Right.
Then go home.
It's
halfway through the season,
it's time for the playoffs, and you're not good enough.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's what sucks about this. I understood the plan, but it's not playing out probably the way that even Daryl Morey expected it to.
And it's not totally Morey's fault. Like, he thought he thought the bar was going to be more packed than what it was. Thought it was going to be a busier Friday night out, but unfortunately, it wasn't. Now you got your best shirt on, your best pants. You got a lot of cap space. You got a lot of roster room, and
well, it goes back to what Chunas was talking about yesterday. They sold us on this summer for like 3 years that this was going to be the big move and be patient, and now they're just going to retread on what they did. Oh, wait till the All-Star break. Don't judge the roster until we have everybody here. And then it's like, okay, they don't have enough time to play, and then you're bowing out in the second round if you even make it that far. Like, I'm tired of it.
You can see why they felt the way that they did, though. That's the thing. Like, we can't go revisionist.
Yeah, but I disagreed with it from the beginning.
And that's okay.
I disagreed with it last year. I understood. Like, I think that's one thing that we have an issue with in society is sometimes we are firmly believing one thing and we won't listen to the other side, right? I understood it. I said, okay, let's see how it plays out. I just don't agree with this tactic.
Okay.
And it hasn't worked.
Yes. And that's a totally fine way to approach it. What I think is unfair is looking at Daryl Morey and saying, like, oh, he had no plan.
He had a plan.
Kansas to like, he had one. It did not work out. You can absolutely argue that he should have had more foresight before we ended up in this situation, but it's not as much of it's not negligence. It was a plan that was not executed properly, and now you find yourself in a tough spot.
Let's go to Jay in West Philly. Good morning, Jay. What's up?
What up, y'all? I think what y'all forgetting, that Harden experience last year, more around the NBA. That, and like you said, being in the Northeast, not too many people clamoring to come here, during the winter time stuff in play. So Philadelphia ain't the big draw like it was before.
Yeah, look, the Morey thing with Harden, right? Like that is it's something that we don't really talk about enough. And thanks for the call, Jay. I'm sorry. There's just a lot of background noise. Did you hear the Paul George podcast? I think, did we play it on a headlines?
Yeah, I've heard it. I don't know if we played it.
I forget. But Paul George was on a podcast and was basically like, yeah, listen, players talk, and I was a teammate with James Harden who just said that Daryl Morey's a liar. Like,
I can pull it up. I had it from a couple weeks ago. You want me to get it?
Yeah, have that for the next segment. Like,
I mean, Chris Paul said similar stuff. Like,
if you're getting the contract, you're getting the contract, right? Like, I'm sure, like, if Paul George gets offered a max deal and won't get it anywhere else, I don't think he's going to worry about Daryl Morey and what he did to James Harden when James Harden cried over making only $36 million. But if you're a vet and you go, all right, like, look, it's already being reported that they could sign Klay Thompson just to trade him, right? Like, if you're Klay Thompson, and I'm not saying, oh, my God, what if we don't get Klay Thompson? But if you're a player like that, you go, well, then why am I even?
Well, I don't want to do that.
Why do I even sign there if you're just going to trade me and dump my salary? It's not even like you're going to trade me to a good situation. You're going to dump my salary. Now, James Harden got exactly what he wanted. Let's face it. James Harden also isn't innocent in this, and that's the problem. He may be talking, and his words may carry more weight than Daryl Morey's to a guy like Paul George, another player in the NBA, a teammate of his. They travel together. They stay at hotels. They probably go to parties together. There was reports on Christmas Day, the season before, that James Harden wanted to go back to Houston.
Right.
So let's not act like James Harden was innocent in that situation.
No, I don't think anyone who's played for the Sixers in the past 8 to 9 years is innocent of anything. Like, this has been a long stretch of just stuff not going their way, whether it's bad decisions, whether it's unlucky, whether it's some, I don't know, greater being creating reasons why the Sixers can't win,
right?
Or Adam Silver creating reasons why the Sixers can't win. Either way, it's just been such a long road to get here, and it feels like we're at a dead end.
So coming up next, you'll hear that clip. Paul George is on a podcast talking about how players talk to one another, and we'll get to more of your texts and also questions out of the hat. You can text and call in 610-632-0975. It's Kincade and Salciunas. Connor in for John today right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. It is 8:46 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. We pull a random question out of the hat coming up. But I would love to get some text messages on today's topics. The Sixers, are they good enough with Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey as a duo where they don't have to get the big splashy third piece? Tyrone believes that with Brandon Ingram, they could be the second best team in the Eastern Conference. And they could be. I think the Knicks have gotten better this offseason. Now, is there much better than what Embiid, Ingram, and Maxey would be? I don't know. Like, I literally saw the Sixers lose to that team.
Here's the thing with the Knicks, though. Like, they should not be as good as they were last year when you look at the individual parts.
I got you.
Like, Jalen Brunson, solid player. Gets a hell of a whistle. Yeah. And I don't know.
And I don't ever expect Josh Hart to hit like 6 threes in a playoff game ever
exactly.
Again, but
I don't think Dante DiVincenzo is like an elite level NBA scorer or anything like that. Like, I think he's a solid player. I think they're a team with one star who is not at the top tier of stardom yet in Jalen Brunson, and then guys that are okay. Now, Mikal Bridges is more than that. Like, yes. I think he's immediately the second best player on that team. And OG Anunoby is a good player, but I don't know. They don't have, like, the unstoppable guy. I feel like they're like, if I'm playing Jason Tatum or Jaylen Brown, I'm nervous about those guys killing me.
Right.
Same with Giannis.
Well,
same with Jokic.
That's it. Giannis and Dame, by the way, like, people have just written them off.
Right. Well,
don't.
Maybe.
Don't.
Remember who's coaching that team.
Don't write them off, dude.
Don't underestimate the power of Doc Rivers.
Dude, I know, but I would not write off. Look, they have an offseason, too, that they could get players.
They do.
Like,
I don't know who are they going to
It wasn't long ago when everybody flocked to Giannis. It was not long ago.
But who's everybody?
Like, and when they won the title.
No, I'm saying who's everybody this offseason? Who's flocking?
Yeah, but they don't need a third star. They have a big three. They have Giannis, they have Dame, they have Chris Middleton. Like, they need, I don't know what happens with Brook Lopez. I saw reports that he might be on his way out. So they're going to need to get a center. But they don't have, like, Giannis can do so much on the court that they can get a center that's just athletic.
They're a good team. I think they're easily overtakeable if you get a third star.
Easily?
Yes.
Dude, I think that's a totally disrespectful thing to say about that team.
I don't. I think they're a solid team on paper. And then I think in practice, you've got a coach who has no idea what he's doing. All due respect. And I know his resume, so he doesn't have to tell me. And I don't know. They're starting to be, like, injury issues with those guys.
And who are you?
No, I know. I understand.
Hello, pot, me kettle. Like,
yes, that's why I'm saying it's. Like, I think they're more similar to the Sixers than we give the Sixers credit.
Okay, they're similar, so that means they're both the third or fourth seed. Like this, I'm not saying the Sixers aren't a top 4 seed. They're probably going to be the top 4 seed next year.
Yes, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about Milwaukee. I'm not talking about the Knicks. I'm not talking about Boston. Like, just that team, I think there is not a crazy world to say that the Sixers could be better than the Bucks. But that doesn't really get you that much closer.
No, it does not get you much closer. All right, give us a text message, Brendan, and then we'll get our next question out of the hat.
All right, we got Logan checking in from Wallingford. He says the issue is that Embiid and Maxi could be good enough, but this is the year we have to find out. The dilemma is we have to make the decision now about signing a third star or a bunch of role players, and if they can't do it and you decide to go role players, then you're stuck with those role players' contracts and probably an unhappy Embiid.
Yeah, and you lose the max slot. And that's the biggest problem.
Which cannot happen.
No, you can't. Like, it's gonna get to a point where if they either give a guy a max contract that doesn't deserve it, or they make a trade for a Zach LaVine just to keep that max slot open. And then next year, if it's not working out, they dump him because he would have 1 year left on his deal. It would be an expiring contract to some team. And then you try it again. But it's, again, you're kicking the can down the road year in and year out.
Yeah, but, I mean,
I think he's got 2 years left.
What else do you do? Like, that's the bottom line. I'm not here to tell you the Sixers are in a good situation. I'm not going to lie to you and say, oh, they're in a great spot. They're going to figure this out. I have no doubts. But I'm also not here to just, like, wallow in misery and not do anything. You have to do something. You have to try it. Even if it's a way to extend your window, even just minimally. Like, I'm not ready to just let this era of Sixers basketball die.
No, me neither. You know that. Like, that's, you know how I feel. I don't know what shots you have.
No, that's not it. I'm just saying, like, whatever ends up being the last shot you could take, there is no, well, it's not worth it. Like, you have to try something. You
Dude,
can't just punt.
I'm telling you, the Embiid stuff is going to only get louder and louder.
I know.
If this offseason does not go well, there's going to be people that are saying, why are we even bothering?
And I don't blame people doing that.
Neither do I. It's the first time.
The argument of why you're even bothering, where's number 21? Like, that's it. As long as he is here, there is a reason to bother with going after, trying to find a way to make it work.
I agree. Look, I'm going to go down with the SSMB. All right, give us a question out of the hat, B-Gun, as we do during Fridays during the summer.
All right, here we go. The sports hill you will die on.
The SSMB? There you go, Andy.
Yeah, the SSMB is one of them. That Johan Rojas shouldn't have started the season on the major league level. I have a lot of hills.
You do.
I own a lot of hills. There's Simmons and Wentz things that I still believe in.
Be careful over there.
Dude, if I believe that if Wentz doesn't get hurt, they still win the Super Bowl, and then none of this is happening. Like, I think I just don't know what the hell happened. Something happened with him mentally.
Yeah.
And if that didn't happen, or if he was more, like, I don't want to say if he was more mentally focused or mentally tough. Like, that's got to be hard. That all of a sudden Nick Foles is this god, and then you get hurt again and again. I still believe that guy, if injuries didn't happen, would still be the franchise quarterback of the Philadelphia Eagles and would still be playing at a very high level. That guy's everything about him screamed franchise quarterback.
I know.
And he backed it up.
Yes.
Like, it's not like Justin Herbert. Like, Justin Herbert is, the prototype. He hasn't backed it up.
Right.
Carson Wentz literally backed it up.
And then poof.
And it was it.
Just go on.
So, like, I still have Wentz beliefs.
Yours are more individual. Mine is kind of overarching. I will forever believe organizations do not know as much as you give them credit for.
You've said that a lot, and I don't disagree with you, dude.
Like, there are so many people that believe that you have to be this level of smart or this level of competent to get these jobs. And you don't. There are some very good GMs, presidents of operations, front offices in general. The Eagles have a great one. The Phillies have a great one. I'm not saying, like, everyone's an idiot, but I'm saying assuming everyone's a genius is the dumbest thing in the world. There are people out there that have no idea what they're doing in every industry. And that does not preclude front offices or executives of sports organizations.
Oh, absolutely. Begun a hill, sports hill that you'll die
my best
on.
friend, his favorite player is Jim Thome. Mine's Ryan Howard. I always tell him, if it wasn't for Jim Thome, I'm glad he came here. Ryan Howard would be in the Hall of Fame if he had those extra 2 years. He'd probably be treading around 500 career home runs. You're not holding him out of the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame, Baseball Hall of Fame, if he gets to that. So I blame Jim Thome for Ryan Howard not getting to the Hall of Fame.
Well, you don't blame Jim Thome. You would blame the Phillies organization for that.
Yes, but if he wasn't blocked by Jim Thome, then he would be there.
I got you. I don't even know if this is really a hill to die on, but the 2018 wasn't even the best one.
Yeah.
They won a World Series, but they weren't the best.
That's almost factual.
They weren't the best one.
Yeah.
That pitching rotation was trash. Brett Myers was your Game 2 starter.
Yeah, dude. Jamie Moyer, like the corpse of Jamie Moyer. And I say that, and he still threw like 15 years after that team.
Yeah, he did, man.
Which is insane.
He's the oldest pitcher to throw a complete game in Major League Baseball history.
But, yeah.
Yeah. Dude, it's amazing that they won. We're very lucky that team won.
Yeah, shout out the Rays.
Dude, seriously, we are and that's why for all you people that go, I wanted the Eagles to take on the Patriots. I wanted them to take on the Jags so that they could have won. Now, fortunately, they did beat the Patriots.
Howard.
If the Phillies didn't win 08, man, think about where we'd be at right now. All right, we have the entire 9 o'clock hour still to play. We will check in with John Kincade at 9:30 live from Las Vegas if he is indeed awake. It is Kincade Salciunas. Connor in for John today right here, 97.5 The Fanatic. Connor in for John today. Bob Cooney with a big show. He'll be coming your way at 10 o'clock, but we'll speak to him during our crossover before he even gets on the air. Oh, Bobby.
What a guy.
What a guy Bob Cooney is. Speaking of wonderful members here at 97.5 The Fanatic, John Kincade, he is not on today. He is in Vegas. Tonight is round 1 of the NHL draft. We'll be speaking with John. John's going to call in if he's awake at 9:30. He said he would be because he's not going to adjust to the time out there, but he was up at like 1 o'clock in the morning, our time.
Yeah. I mean, I was up till midnight last night, and I was up at 4. So.
Yeah, but you know John.
Yeah, John can wake up.
You know what, John? I should be careful with what I'm saying. John's probably listening right now. Knowing John, he's streaming the show.
It's certainly possible.
And I would, like, John, why?
Listen, man, he loves to talk sports.
I appreciate him listening. You know, if you have a phone, you have a radio. But like, come on, man, go enjoy the sights. But he's gonna chime in at 9:30. Honestly, dude, I'm not even gonna ask him about the draft. I want to know about Vegas. I want to know about the Sphere.
Yo, I am interested in the Sphere.
I'm interested in the Sphere, man. Like, I know somebody that recently went and saw the Dead at the concert in the Sphere, and they said it was wild.
The Grateful ones, or just like
the Grateful ones? Yeah.
Okay.
Especially because they're all tripping, like when, and you're in the Sphere, and there's just all these visuals.
That's the part. Like, that's another. I've had a lot of I'm getting old moments recently. Like, the Sphere is a bridge too far for me. I don't think I'd enjoy that level of immersion in a show. Like, I just want to listen to the music. I don't need, like, actual sea creatures floating around inside there.
All right, so I would never, I would say this. I would never fly out to see a concert at the Sphere. If I was in Vegas and I looked at, like, you know, like, I went to Chicago once, and then I saw that the Cubs were in town.
Yeah, so you go to Wrigley.
Let me go to Wrigley. It was Cubs-Cardinals. It was awesome, right? It ended up being one of the greater rivalries. John Lester had a perfect game in the 7th inning.
Day game?
No, afternoon game.
Oh, well, still afternoon.
Perfect game in the 7th inning. Gave up a base hit. The crowd gave him a standing ovation because it was his first hit. I had no idea. I was so amazed by Wrigley. I had no idea I was watching a perfect game into the 7th inning. But, like, I didn't go to Chicago for Wrigley. I would go to Vegas and see who's going, like, all right, what's going on?
Like, is there something worth seeing?
And then I would go see it.
Okay. Fair enough.
So
we will
would you
ask
do
him
that?
about the draft as well, by the way.
We are?
Yeah, we're going to.
They're going to draft a player that you won't see for 4 years.
Come on. That's not true. They said that about Michkov. He's coming over.
Go Flyers. All right, and we'll also do, obviously, our Key 3. After that, our crossover. But here's what we're talking about today. The Sixers, right now, we don't know what they're going to do. And I'm not going to make a complete statement because I don't know what they're going to do. But I'm not really all that confident right now. And my question is, if it ends up just being Maxi and Embiid and then a role player, a better role, like Brandon Ingram, I shouldn't say role player. Like Brandon Ingram's not Contavious Caldwell-Pope, but he's not Paul George.
You don't have a big 3. You have a big 2 and a guy.
Right. Is that good enough? And I don't know that it is. And, like, dude, you guys know me. John makes fun of me for it. I'm always looking at the bright side of the Sixers. I am a pom-pom waver, the whole play the song, all that kind of stuff. But, dude, I don't think it's good enough. Like, maybe 4 years ago it would have been good enough.
Well, like, here's the thing. I talk about this a lot with the NFL, where it's very binary as to whether or not you can win. And if you have the quarterback and you have the coach and you have, like, NFL teams that can compete, and there's a lot that just, they never will. Basketball's not quite like that. There is a sliding scale of contention in basketball. Unfortunately, the Sixers have been on the wrong side of it forever.
Right.
But there is a world when we're just talking talent. Like, I can explain to you that Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey, and sure, let's just throw Brandon Ingram out there, that 3 is good enough to find a way. It's not likely. It's rather unlikely. But based on talent alone, you would have enough. You would just need a lot of things to fall your way.
Here's my scare. The NBA is a league of dynasties.
Yes.
And once you win one, you typically win multiple.
So the floodgates are open for Boston.
So Boston is 1. And oh, by the way, even though they haven't won in years past, Eastern Conference Finals in 2023, NBA Finals in 2022. Like, they're going to be in the Final Four, it seems like, every single year in the playoffs for the next 3, 4, 5 years. Like, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum aren't going anywhere.
Right.
Now, look, catastrophic injury could lead to a window opening up for the Sixers. That was supposed to be this year. the injuries to the Milwaukee Bucks was supposed to at least open the door for the Sixers to get to the Eastern Conference Finals. We weren't even saying NBA Finals, just Eastern Conference Finals. And they still lost to the Knicks in the first round.
Now, what I will say, and you can say what you want about the, they won a championship, so now they've broken through and everything. They were pretty darn good 2 years before this, and the Sixers in the regular season, different than the playoffs, but in the regular season, they played the Celtics pretty well. Like, when Embiid was healthy at the start of the season, they were playing teams really tough. They were one of the best teams in basketball. We were starting to build belief that they could be that, and that was with Tobias Harris. That was before you bring in a guy.
Or you even agree, forget seeding, but like we kind of say that the regular season doesn't necessarily matter. When the Miami Heat get to the NBA Finals 2 playoffs ago now as the 8th seed. So it's great that the Sixers played well against the Boston Celtics in the regular season. Come playoff time, it's a different beast.
I understand. My only argument is that like when you evaluate talent, solely talent, and there's a lot more that goes into it, your ability to translate that game to the postseason,
right?
Health, coaching, all of this stuff. When you objectively evaluate talent, the Sixers should be able to get to a spot where they have enough talent.
They should be.
But they're going to need things to break their way. This is an organization that never has things break their way. They're going to need to make some really, they're going to need to be lucky, good, healthy, all of the above, and add. And all of that has to happen for them to get to where they need.
And the addition has to be creative at this point, it looks like.
So forgive me if I'm skeptical considering the Sixers' track record with luck and things breaking their way.
And it has not been great.
To believe that that's going to be the case.
You could text it. You could call in 610-632-0975. Philly's also on the table. What do you want to do when you find out the status of Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber moving forward? Hopefully Schwarber's not out that long. Harper might miss an extended period of time. Do you want the Phillies to be more aggressive, or at least aggressive enough for a guy that can eventually slide back into being a bench piece? Like somebody tweeted in Vlad Jr. and was like, I know it's a pipe dream, but let me dream. And I'm all for dreams, man. But like, where's Vlad Jr.? Like, I'm cool with an embarrassment of riches.
Yeah, but what does he do when they come back?
Right.
And that guy on the bench?
No, you're not. You're going to find a place to start him. And he said he could play left field. Is Vlad Jr. like you literally took Schwarber out of left field to make your outfield better? Is Vlad Jr. really going to go out there and play a solid left field for you? No, absolutely. Yeah, the answer is no. So I don't know unless you feel comfortable playing Schwarber out there in left field and Vlad's your DH, or Harper goes back to the outfield.
Don't love that because
let me just throw this out there. This isn't happening. They're not trading for Vlad Jr. No. Barroom discussion. Would you move Harper back to the outfield to put Vlad Jr. at first base?
No. Here's why.
All right. Okay. Give me why. Go ahead.
Okay. This is a deeper conversation that we may have to come to terms with in the next couple weeks, depending on the news on this injury.
Right.
Bryce Harper's injury prone now.
Well,
he is, dude. Back, hammy, UCL. I know these are kind of like weird things, but it's 4 years in a row now?
The back is the one that scares me the most.
Yes.
Because of the fierceness in which he swings the bat. It's like Embiid. Like, I know the Kuminga injury wasn't because of degenerative knee issues. It's because a 6'8", 225-pound man fell on his knee and it bent backwards.
Yeah.
But it wasn't his first knee injury. Harper's going to have a lingering back thing.
And we've now seen multiple seasons in a row where he's missed an extended period of time. I don't know if it's the hustle. I don't know if it's luck. I don't know if it's the back. If I know anything about back injuries, they can cause a lot of problems everywhere. But bottom line is I don't want to move him to a position where he's got to move around more.
Right.
So first base is his spot.
Okay. And then would you play Schwarber in left and have Vlad DH?
No. Kyle Schwarber was the worst defender in baseball last year.
All right, it's just barroom discussion.
Yeah, that's why it doesn't work.
All right, give us a text message, B-Gun. We'll get a couple of them here, and then we'll get back to the random questions out of the hat.
All right, we got Dustin in Sicklerville checking in. He says the Sixers don't need to get a star player. They just need to get people that can produce points. Embiid and Maxi are good for 50 to 60 points per game. You need to get guys that can fill in for the rest of the 50 to 60 points. Can they do that?
And I think they can. Look, as much as I want a third star for when Embiid's out, which is going to happen. Can we agree that that's going to happen?
Yes.
Joel Embiid will miss time So I want a third star. I looked it up. They went 16-27 last year without Joel Embiid. 11 games under 500.
Not great.
If James Harden was on this team last year, they are not 27-16 without Joel Embiid.
But they might be 20-23.
And that puts them as the 2 seed, right? And I know seeding didn't matter last year, right? You end up losing to the Knicks. You should have beaten the Knicks, blah, blah, blah. But you're the 2 seed. You're a better team if you still had James Harden last year, at least record-wise. And I would make the case they were a better team with James Harden, period. But people don't want to have that conversation because you guys already have an opinion about James Harden. Sorry, that's another hill I'll die on.
Okay.
That is, dude. I've never
you have so many hills.
I've never wavered from
Your
that
sports
one.
takes are like Manioc, bro. It's unbelievable.
I've never wavered for that one. James Harden the team would have been better with James Harden. But with all that being said, if Tobias Harris was half the player he was, 3/4 of the player that he could be in the regular season come playoff time, they've probably been in the Eastern Conference Finals at this point.
Right. 100%. That's why this text from Dustin, right? It was Dustin in Sicklerville?
Yes.
Yeah. That's why this doesn't exactly translate. It's great for the regular season to talk about, hey, you need to fill these level of points. In the postseason, you need guys that are difference makers. You need dudes that, like, go out there and take over games. Are Kyrie and Luka, like, in the regular season, the overall best duo, or are they that? They're
the 5th seed.
They're talented.
They had the guys like P.J. Washington stepping up. They had
and they also
Derek Lively Jr. stepping up.
Luka's a killer. Kyrie is a killer. When those guys get into big moments, they perform in big moments. That doesn't translate points wise, but it's something that is nearly intangible.
Yeah, but
some guys have.
At the same time, this past postseason, we were counting on Embiid and Maxi. We're like, they're going out there and getting us not even 50-60. They were getting 60-70. We just need to fill in 30 more points some other way.
Right, but
they couldn't do it.
Yes, but you can get a guy that averages that amount, and then in the postseason he stinks.
Right, but I need to get it. What I'm saying is, look, if Tobias Harris just had, I don't want to say stones. I don't want to be disrespectful. But if he wasn't a guy that ran away in the playoffs and scored 0 points in the closeout game in Game 6 against the Knicks, that Boston game that we all rip Embiid and Maxi, or Embiid, Harden, and Doc Rivers for those final 5 minutes, totally fair. Nobody brings up Tobias Harris for whatever reason. He scored 2 points that game. It was 1 of 7.
You're right.
He was horrible. Like, there have been games where they could have won if he was just the player that he was in the regular season.
My only point is Tobias Harris is not the only Tobias Harris.
I got you.
There are other
Brandon
guys.
Ingram might be that guy.
Exactly.
That's why I'm kind of
Kelly
hesitant.
Oubre was not getting you those points he was getting you in the regular season and the postseason either. And everybody kind of wants him to come back because I believe in him, right? Like, I want him to come back. But is he going to go out there and get you his 15 points?
Yeah, but you're not in that role.
Yeah, you're bringing him in as a $10 million player, whereas Tobias Harris was literally getting a freaking max contract and holding this team hostage for 5.5 years.
Is there a guy out there, though, that you're going to pay max money that's going to show up and get you those points in the playoffs? I don't think there's anybody out there besides a Jimmy Butler, who nobody really wants at this point, and that you can count on in the playoffs.
Or you trade, I said it earlier, Zach LaVine, and then if it doesn't work out, he's got 2 years and a player option left.
Do you trust him in the postseason to go out there and do it? I haven't
really seen it.
Dude,
No.
all roads lead to this cul-de-sac, and nobody saw him.
Yeah.
Sorry, this is where we're always going to end up.
Kind of sucks. All right, give us another text.
All right, well, let's go to the Phils. Where am I at? All right, here we go.
You're a ballot
James. All right, losing 38 home runs and 100 RBI is not good. They're going to have to change their style of play, and they're going to have guys like Trey Turner, Bohm, and Nick pick it up even more so than they have been, and they're going to have to embrace going out there and manufacturing runs.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you're going to have to do. Let's do this real quick. Let's do a verse left and a verse right lineup.
Oh, no.
So let's just it's no Schwarber's going to miss at least one game.
Sure. Right. So
no Schwarber, no Harper, no JT. So verse left, Turner's your leadoff, right?
Yes. Bohm bats second, I guess.
Castellanos was batting second when there was injuries.
Okay, so let's put Castellanos.
No, I don't like it, but I just don't know what else you would do.
All right. Who bats third?
Well, that's the thing. He loves doing his left, right. He can't do that. You lost your two big hitting left-handed bats.
Does Bryson Stott bat third?
Unless he bats second.
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's do Turner's first, and this is against lefties. That's just if he even freaking plays. He's going to play Edmundo Sosa
so
over him.
Edmundo Sosa's batting clean.
Well, no, Sosa's going to have to play because Bone's playing first.
Yeah.
Sosa's going to play third. So Turner, Stott, Bone. I guess Castellanos is your 4-hole hitter? Like,
Yeah.
I know Derek Hall batted cleanup a few times. We can't do that.
You get Casty out of right field for some of these and just throw him in the DH and just for better defense.
So
Since some of these guys are
There's
out.
going to be times where that's probably going to happen.
Yeah, but your outfield then is who? David Dahl, Christian Pache, Brandon Marsh.
Rojas might get called up.
Yeah.
Throw Merrifield out
Dude, you
there.
lost
a couple times,
two
dude.
position players.
Yeah, but you got to bring up someone who can hit because you got to have someone you can rotate into that
Well,
DH
yeah, it's
spot.
going to be Weston Wilson because if David Dahl's still on this team, right? It's going to be Weston. I don't know when Cody Clemens is coming back. Have we heard any updates? I know he's doing his rehab stuff, but I feel like that started 2 weeks ago.
Another week or so. Here's the thing. Here's what I will say, and I like Johan Rojas. If Johan Rojas ever is the designated hitter for the 2024 Philadelphia
No,
Phillies,
I'm not saying him DH.
fold the franchise.
I'm saying Castellanos is your DH and Rojas is back out into the outfield.
I got you.
All right, so right now we have verse lefties. Turner at shortstop, Stott at second, batting second, Bohm, Castellanos. That's your 1 through 4.
Okay, not too bad so
I feel
far.
like I'm in 2014.
You know, dude, it is more than not too bad. It's bad.
Is Castellanos DHing in this?
Yes, I put him down as DH.
All right, so we'll DH him.
So Sosa is batting 5th at third base.
I would bat Marsh 5th.
No, this is
Put
versus
him in-
lefties.
Well, yeah.
This is versus lefties.
Who else are you going to play?
Is Rob Thompson doing that?
Let's do.
No.
Okay, Sosa at
And then I'll go Marsh.
third base.
Marsh is what, center field?
Yeah, I guess so. No, Martian left. Martian left.
And then what? Pache's in the starting lineup. for this
Pache in
game?
center. David Dahl in right.
Well, you can't go. So, but when are you batting Pache? You can't go Marsh Dahl. You can't go left. They both can't
Yeah.
hit lefties.
Marchand's got to be in here somewhere, or Stubbs.
Oh my God, dude, this is horrible.
Oh my God.
Turner, Stott, Bohm, Castellanos, Sosa, Marsh. That's 6. You need to fit in Pache, Dahl, and Marchand. So Marchand probably
Or
goes.
Stubbs.
No, because you're not going left.
Yeah. Oh yeah. True. I keep forgetting we're doing.
So-
handedness.
Pache probably is before Marsh. Marchand's going to bat 9th.
Yeah.
So Pache, Dahl, and Marchand.
That's pretty rough.
Turner, Stott, Bohm, Castellanos, Sosa, Marsh, Pache, Dahl, Marchand.
Oh my God.
And then against righties, I imagine it's still the same top 4.
Yeah. Not really much you can change there.
Does JT try to push it now?
No,
No,
you don't
you can't-
know
you
because
can't do that.
greater good is still the World
'Cause,
Series.
Yeah, ultimately, this does not matter. Like, let's be realistic. The next 2 weeks of baseball do not matter. The Braves are not going to win enough games to catch you, and you're going to be able to win enough games. Like, you're still playing the Marlins. They're still going to find a way to at least split this series. They still probably should win this series. Miami is dreadful. So you've got time. It's just, it's going to be miserable while we wait.
All right, so I have Turner, Stott, Bohm, Castellanos, Marsh as your first 5 against righties.
Yeah.
And then it's either whoever's, I don't know if Cody Clemens is ready to come back. Clemens is going to be back on the roster, or is it Derek Hall?
Either
as
way,
your DH.
your bottom 4 is going to look dreadful for a while here.
All right, we'll try to figure out the rest of this. So we'll ask John for it. No, I don't even want to ask John because he's going to be like, well, Pache shouldn't be in it. I'll ask John. John Kincade, if he's awake, will be joining us coming up next from Vegas. It's night 1 of the NHL draft. I want to hear about the Sphere and the direct that might be the Phillies lineup for an extended period of time. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic. It's 9:28 on Kincade Salciunas 97.5, The Fanatic. Connor in for John today, but we're going to chime in with John. We're going to give him a call whenever you're ready, B-Gun, as he is out in Vegas for the round 1 of the NHL draft. I'm going to run by this lineup to him.
Yeah.
I completed both. I forgot about Merrifield. And it's not that I forgot about him. It's he stinks. And I
Now,
just don't necessarily. Dude, that throw that he attempted.
my God.
Dude, what? Like, I like the signing. I'm not going to do revisionist history. I
No.
like the signing. I don't know what the hell happened to him.
here's my guess. It's a guy that's an everyday player that had to take a role on the team that he thought he could win with as a not everyday player. And for some people, that's a tough transition. I wonder if him playing every day because of these injuries will kind of force him out of the slump. I wonder if it's an opportunity. Like we saw Edmundo Sosa really step into the role. Whit
Yeah, he did.
Merrifield has a resume. Like, it's insane that he's been as bad as he is. I don't think that's what he is as a player.
I agree with
Could
you.
you imagine, like, if when Castellanos was slumping, he was also only playing every fourth day?
Right.
Like, it's very hard to get out of.
It must be.
So maybe, like, I'm grasping at straws here, but maybe he ends up in a spot where he looks better after playing consistently for a couple weeks.
That would be nice. How are we doing over there? It looks like he's on the phones. Of course, John's chatting.
Yeah, man.
Does he not know that we have a radio show to do here?
I believe he's aware.
Look at him. They're chit-chatting. And John, John.
Now, do we think
It's a
John
long-ass
is up
conversation.
or down right now, gambling-wise?
Up?
You think so?
Yeah, I don't think he allows himself to get down. It's the envelopes.
Oh, true. He's got the methods.
All right, are you two chatty Cathys in there done? Are you done? My God, Chatty Cathy, I want to get you on the air. And you got you and B Gun having a whole show by yourselves. Good morning, sunshine.
Yeah, it is sunshine. It is a sunshine. It's going to be a balmy. It's going to be a balmy 109 today.
Oh,
that's all,
dude. I was wondering if you were actually going to be awake because I saw your tweet at like 1:30 a.m. Eastern time. What are you doing?
Yeah, it was weird because we took off late. There was we probably took off like around an hour and some late out of Philly. Then we get here and it was just like running to dinner. We met my little cousin for dinner. She's out here working, and we had dinner with her, and then got to gamble a little bit. And now it's going to be a big day today. A little pool, little cards, a little NHL draft action. But I wanted to be a little concerned because I watched the Phillies the entire flight out on my iPad, and that I figured that was your big topic of conversation this morning.
Yeah, we've also been talking Sixers. We've a lot of the Maxi. Our main topic was Maxi and Embiid. Is that duo good enough if they don't acquire a third star? But we have been flowing out the Phillies nonstop, John. And right before we brought you on, Connor and I tried figuring out what this lineup could be. I want to run this by you. Put your managerial cap. Put your managerial cap on.
Hear this one.
All right, so Schwarber's out
my
too.
managerial cap's on.
All right, this is versus left.
Schwarber's out for temporarily, though.
Temporarily, yes. This is for left-handed versus left-handed pitching. Turner, Stott, Bohm, Castellanos as your DH.
So far, so good.
Sosa's at third. Marsh.
Oh my gosh.
Merrifield, Pache, Marchand, and Merrifield's playing right field.
Thank God you built up your lead.
Yes.
Thank God you built up your lead in your division. And I know Rob was right around this time. What the hell are we having Kyle Schwarber in left field for? Seriously.
Yeah. It was to give Turner a day. It was to give Turner a day off his legs.
Yeah, oh, God forbid, because they just must be just so exhausted. Seriously,
well, he's coming off of
what
an
the
injury.
hell are we doing?
It's because Turner's coming off of an injury. It's either you
got to put Kyle Schwarber in left.
Okay, or you sit Trey Turner, or you sit Kyle Schwarber.
Right.
Or yeah, exactly. Or you could just maybe have better options in the outfield than maybe somebody you pencil in every freaking day.
Well, then Kyle Schwarber would have sat, is what we're saying, and you don't want to take his bat out of the lineup, and you didn't want to take Turner's bat out of the lineup. So I understood why. It sucks that happened yesterday.
I don't want him in the field. How about this? I don't want him in the field again.
That's fair.
Is that fair?
I completely
I
agree.
doubt you'll see him in the field again.
All right, here's your verse right-handed pitchers.
Yeah,
same four. Turner, Stott.
Made me throw up in my mouth.
Turner, Stott, Bohm, Castellanos. Marsh is your 5-hitter. Sosa.
Okay.
Cody Clemens has to come up soon. He's playing every day in AAA. and then Merrifield and your boy Stubbs. That's your verse right-handed pitching lineup.
Okay, I like that better. I feel more confident about that. I think the only thing, did either one of you argue that Marsh, just to this is the perfect time to just let Marsh
We talked
play
about
Absolutely.
it. Yep, that's why we have him in both lines. So he better. I mean, I thought yesterday was despicable.
I love hearing that.
I did not like that he did not start yesterday in center field. The guy just played. He just went 4 for 4 the night before.
I don't understand. And I've said it before. I think Rob Thompson does so many amazing things as manager of the Phillies. Great work environment. His players love playing for him and everything. He has no feel. I honestly believe he has no feel. There's no reason Marsh wouldn't be in that lineup, coming off what he did the night before. Stop with the babying. Other organizations do not do this with young talent, and he's not even that young.
Well, the reason is, John, and they're telling you what the reason is. They think he's a platoon player. I don't think that's a Rob Thompson thing either.
You know what? I believe that has come from upstairs also.
Yeah.
But here's what I would say: at some point, let him prove to me he's a platoon player.
Right. I agree.
Prove to me. Like, let him prove to me. What do you say? 3 weeks is fair? 4 weeks is fair? I mean, what's fair?
Hell, they gave Rojas 2 months, dude.
Right.
Correct. And we all have more faith of Marsh at the plate.
100%,
right?
yes.
Versus lefties, righties, or whatever. We have more faith in him. So I don't get it. I just feel like there's no feel. And yesterday, and you're going to give me 20/20 hindsight, there is no way that I would have gotten 1 out of the 8th inning. I guess it was the 8th. I would have taken Wheeler out. Would have taken him out. 1 out of 7th inning.
Yeah,
or was it 7th inning?
Now that's tough because
whatever. I would have.
You did get strike 3.
Yeah, but he was struggling all along, Connor.
You're not wrong.
Things where he was not struggling bad, like where you're going, oh my God, it was a shutout. But I saw more like 6-7 pitch at bats yesterday than I've ever seen with Wheeler.
Yes.
Like, and maybe it was the heat because it was oppressive and everything. But maybe it was a grip, whatever.
Oh, the boogeyman was there, Josh Bell. Josh Bell's his boogeyman.
Oh my gosh! You know what?
I would pay that dude not to play baseball.
No, you know what you would do? Would you ever have any interest in him if you had a roster spot? Sure, you would, because he kills the Phillies.
Yeah, and he's a switch hitter. You can use him. All right, Johnny. So tell us.
Talk out here, by the way.
I'm sure it is, and plus you're in Vegas. People got to bet the futures. I don't know how many people are betting Sixers futures right now. If we're being honest.
No, Sixers futures last night were, I think, on the board at the Bellagio. I think they were 10th.
Jeez.
I think they were 10th. Like they were the 10th team on the list, if I'm not mistaken. If I counted
in
right.
Basketball, not the Eastern Conference, right?
In basketball,
okay.
To win the title, I think they were 10th.
That's actually not awful.
And that's sort of scary. Yeah, it's sort of scary to me. That's a little bit scary. Scarier than flying out. I flew my seat. I flew right next to Philly sports guy on the way out too.
No way.
Jamie,
Did you really?
He was in the seat. He was in the seat directly next to me.
That's awesome.
And Dooney too. And Dooney from Philly Sports Trips was in the window seat.
So when he flies out, Philly Sports guy, what airline did you fly out yesterday?
We were on American.
So did he paint his face red, white, and blue like for Team American Airlines?
No. I walked because he has that rugged, handsome face when he's not painted like that. He walked in and they were like, "Oh, hello!" Everybody knew exactly who he was. They were like, "Sir, could you? That's the Philly sports guy. Could you please?" As I'm getting on, I'm trying to put my carry-on bag up, and they were more worried about meeting Jamie, which was great. So, and a lot of Flyers people out on the thing. Surprisingly, a lot of people. Flyers oriented too coming out in the plane on the for the draft. So
what's the plan tonight? Because it's in the Sphere. So I need you to tell. Like, have you seen the Sphere yet? Have we gotten visuals?
I've seen it. But they did not have any NHL. Like I was going to get some visuals last night of the NHL. They really weren't putting the NHL much up on the Sphere last night. So I'm going to go over. It's 4:00 draft, which is pretty cool because that's still going to by the time that it's only the first round tonight. So. Be there for that, and the Flyers currently have 2 first-round picks, and I can report to you from I think very qualified sources that and from both sides of the Columbus Blue Jackets story, an old I've got some good contacts there. People could connect the dots and figure out why I might know a little bit about what's going on in Columbus from their new president. But I don't believe the talk of the Flyers getting the 4th pick in the draft and trying to trade up is as real as some people are making it out to be. I do believe they would love it, but I don't believe it's as hot and heavy as some are portraying it in the local media. Let's put it that way. I do think that they are. I'll be shocked if they take both picks.
So, Johnny, general feel on like the response from tonight. Are we ecstatic with another Flyers move? Are we kind of like, okay, that's on par with the rebuild timeline, or are we underwhelmed? What do you think?
I think they're going to try to. I think that they're going to try to make a move, Connor, that would move the guy who's the casual Flyers fan to capitalize on this. I think they would like to get up in this draft.
Okay,
but honestly, if you're going to get up, you've got to get up into like the top 4 or 5. Yeah. Because if you're like 6, remember the whole thing about throwing the towel over them and just it's all the same. I think really like 6-13, 6-14. The Flyers currently sitting at 12. I think it's pretty much the same type of guy. The same type of ceiling people would expect. But I know this. Keith Jones loves big defensemen. He likes big, physical, strong defensemen, sort of like Vegas has. I really do believe that they are looking at that. If they can't get up for a playmaker to work along with Mishkov, if they can't get one of those dynamic playmakers to put with him, I would expect it's going to be a cornerstone defensive piece that they will add to the mix. I also believe that there is a lot of chatter. I know there's a lot of chatter regarding the Flyers unloading potentially not just writing off people's contracts, but a move of a trade of veteran or 2 player. So I expect that we might be talking about that on Monday, Connor, when we get back, just mentioning that a little bit. And Andrew, I hope you travel safely, and I hope you have the most wonderful trip.
Absolutely.
So awesome.
I hope you have fun the rest of the time out in Vegas, and I'm going to leave you with this.
I will. Don't worry about that.
I want you to answer this question because it's a Friday, so we're doing random questions out of the hat.
Sure.
What is the sports hill that you will forever die on?
Wow. The sports hill that I will forever die on is that I wouldn't have taken Roger Mason out of Game 6 of the 1993 World Series when he went to Mitch Williams. I think that Jim Fergosi committed enemy of the state status. We knew at that point he had already blown 3 saves in the World Series, I believe it was at that time. I never in a million years would have given the ball to Mitch Williams ever again in that season. And I would have just... And back then they rode relievers. And you guys are too young to remember when a reliever would come in the 7th inning and pitch 3 innings. And I never would have removed him from that game at that time when Roger Mason was in the game. So that's one that I would absolutely die on. Oh, and the John Tortorella... this was an interesting conversation I had yesterday with someone very in the know with the Flyers. They were intrigued by the local media. It says, why does the local media want to get a coach fired that none of the players are saying they want to get the coach fired?
Yeah, it was a weird,
John Tortorella.
weird time.
The sensitive media, very sensitive local hockey media. But I'll see all of them tonight, and I look forward to dapping them up.
All right,
I hope
John.
you guys have a great day, and I'll have content for the Fanatic. Dylan and Colin Newby are going to make sure that they get a lot of pictures. I'm going to send them a bunch of stuff and anything we can do. So have a great weekend, guys, and I'll talk to you Monday. Colin.
You as well,
Thanks,
Johnny. We'll
Yep,
see you,
talk to you
man.
Monday.
Have fun in Vegas. There he is, John Kincade. 0 chance he's ever dapped anybody up in his life.
No, that's not true.
Have you seen it?
No, but I believe at some point in his life, Johnny's hit a dab.
Brendan?
No, he's Steve Buscemi in that.
How do you do, fellow kid?
Yeah, exactly.
No, but I'll tell you what, he's done it.
He's not doing that.
But it wasn't the first attempt. It was that wasn't a good one. Let's try it again.
Okay.
He strikes me as a let's try
I don't
that
think
again.
he's ever
guy.
dapped anybody up, ever.
We'll try it on Monday.
Firm handshake.
I'll try and dap him up
John
when I see him Monday. We'll see how it
get
goes.
video of it. Let me see how it goes.
What's up, homie?
All right, coming up next, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Little NBA news before that. And then our crossover with Bob Cooney. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Key 3, little bit of NBA news. Not surprising, but Emmanuel quickly signing a 5-year contract extension with the Toronto Raptors. Remember, he was traded for OG Anunoby, so
Right.
OG stays with the Knicks after getting traded to New York, and Emmanuel quickly signs a 5-year extension.
So the
there's your
Raptors
NBA
doing
news.
stuff. Scotty Barnes got the max
Yeah.
too, right? So they got a little bit of something, I guess.
They're never going to win.
No, they stink.
They need Kawhi Leonard to win. All right, it's time now for the Kincade Salciunas with Connor Thomas. Key 3.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
One of the first thoughts was,
This is why you shouldn't hustle.
wow, he ran pretty hard right there.
Yeah, you know why? Because he didn't want to make the final out of a ball
Yes,
game in a ball that was a tough play to be made, Connor.
I get it.
So he
That's-
should have hustled, and he did, and I applaud him for it.
absolutely.
And it freaking sucks that now I got to hear Bryce Harper after the game talking about how he's never felt something like this before, and it hurts.
I think the next thing for them is kind of like it's going to be a domino effect. I think everybody's sitting back and waiting to see what Paul George is going to do right now. If there's one, because I think once Paul George picks up this option or whatever he does, I think that we're going to start seeing the dominoes fall. People are going to go like other free agents are going to sign with their teams, or they're going to. So I think it's a wait and see approach. But I would not be surprised if the 76ers made a trade, or at least tried to make a trade for someone, just because of, I feel like we know LeBron James thing, and Jimmy Butler just came out and said that he's not going anywhere. So if Paul George, they are the top 3 guys. So from that point on, I think if they want to get players that they want, they may have to try to get into a 3-team trade and some other things.
And now you start seeing the injuries pile up. JT Realmuto is going to be out for still an extended period of time. That's your starting catcher, your first baseman, your DH, your shortstop is coming back from injury and still looks like he might be, I don't want to say lingering, but maybe fearful of doing some things. He has not attempted a stolen base since coming back from his injury. And then you start looking at center field. There's no injuries in center field, but it's the Christian Pache, Brandon Marsh, Johan Rojas experience that didn't work, that nobody really thought would work from the beginning of the season. So you need to make a move to fix center field. You need to make a move depending on the timeline of Bryce Harper. You're already going with the Marshawn Stubbs experiment behind the dish, and you've been fine with that so far. But when these things start piling up, Connor, the phone better be buzzing soon for other GMs.
Yeah, but I guess the outfield is the only spot still where you're going to look to make a move. I don't see them doing anything. Let's say Bryce Harper's out 6 weeks. They're not going to make a move for a first. They're not. You're going to have to try and survive that. You're not going to make a move for a DH. You're going to have to try and survive that because you're not going to give up assets for positions that those guys are going to play every day when they're back. Short of season ending, and knock on wood, we don't believe that to be the case, but we'll see from the MRI. You're not going to make a major move at those positions.
I'm not saying major, but you need to start doing something soon. Are Embiid and Maxi good enough where you don't need that third star? You just need a third option that does not pee himself like Tobias Harris did in the playoffs every year at the same.
It's not ideal. We have to come to terms with the fact you said might not be an option to get like a third star. I'm going to go with probably not an option. Way more likely than not, the Sixers end up with one of those second-tier guys. Now, here's the thing. Those second-tier guys might be good enough. I don't think some people still truly realize how much Tobias Harris handcuffed this team. And I don't think people are going to understand it.
Dude, John doesn't realize. Right. Like, he would, but Embiid and Maxi need to uplift their game. Yeah, but every once in a while, you need to kick it to the third guy.
Yeah, you have a dude taking up a huge spot on this team that's giving you basically nothing.
Right.
I think we're not going to realize it until we see somebody competent play in that position or competent for that role. But we're not going to be able to say, oh, yeah, this is the right move until we see it because this team does feel so far away.
Now, what they could do is they can get a bunch of role players and do something and have them on short contracts. But honestly, we're talking about Joel Embiid's championship window for next season, or after this summer. Maxi's going to be on a max deal. So the cap space that people think they're going to have next summer to be able to go out and get a max guy is basically dwindling away unless you make another trade. The deal is, I think this summer is now to make it happen.
All right, that's the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Obviously, John not in today. Connor in for him. But Bob Cooney's here. Good morning, Bobby.
What's up, boys? How we doing today?
Hi. I'm good.
Yeah? You have 3 feet out the door already, Salciunas.
I don't even have to wait 9 minutes because we break in like 4.
Hey, you can leave now, man. Me and Connor will take care of the rest of this thing.
No,
you can't start
leave.
yourself early.
He's DHing for the Phillies today.
Yeah, dude. This lineup.
Somebody's going to have to.
Did you hear us do the
I did.
The lineup?
Yeah.
That's hard. It's so bad. Dude.
Yeah, you know what, though? There's such good karma and culture with this team right now. we as fans, followers, or whatever, we look at it like, oh man, this is a downtime. When things are going this well on a team, it's probably like it's a rallying cry. And I think they're going to get through it okay. Like, I really do. I think the culture is that good. And you guys know more than anything in baseball, culture can carry you through some time, and so can really good pitching. So I don't expect them to be like...
the pitchers are still there.
Yeah,
right.
if they're 30 games without Bryce Harper, whatever, I don't expect them to be like 20-10 or something. But
right.
I think they're going to keep their heads above water pretty well during all this.
I just worry, and I know that it was coming off the London trip. I get that. But, like, the Red Sox-Orioles series, those lineups were horrid. Because that's Turner was still out.
Yep.
Real Muto just got hurt.
Yeah.
Those are some gross.
Well,
and now add two more guys out of it.
The good news is at least you don't play the Braves and Dodgers back-to-back in a week and a half.
Yeah, that's coming.
You know what? So what? All right.
Yeah.
You know, if you go in there fully healthy and you lose 2 out of 3, or you got a 6-game road trip against those, say you go 2-4, it's oh man. But you go 2-4 and you're not totally healthy, it's okay. All right. Well,
yeah, I got
we'll
you.
see.
Bobby.
So yeah, I look at this positively.
Before I ask you what you got on the show today, I have a parenting question for you. You've done it a few times.
Yeah, I got some kids out there.
Did you ever do a family airplane trip, I imagine?
Yeah. Oh yeah, plenty of times we did. We've done Disney.
I don't like flying, as we've talked about in the past.
Yeah, you don't. That's right. I forgot about that.
I'm usually a get to the airport bar 3 hours early and get whacked so that I can fall asleep on the plane. I can't do that, right? I can't be drunk walking on the plane with my 2-year-old, right?
You shouldn't be drunk walking on a plane, period. Because if they notice it and they say, you're not allowed to come on, and then Christy and Cooper are flying 17 hours by themselves, that ain't good. No, you'll be all right.
I'll be all right.
We're going to get the Odell
you're
Beckham
going at nighttime.
unresponsive.
Get yourself.
Yeah. I thought about that.
You'll be okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you got on the show today?
I have no idea.
You got Bill Colarulo.
We got Bill Colarulo on today for 4 hours. Yeah, we're going to talk to Paul Hudrick. We're going to carry the Sixers press conference live as they're going to be introducing their draft picks. The first draft pick that they got, that's the backup to the one guard that they have on the team. And then they got the backup to the other. So they have 2 guys on the team, and they drafted their backups. So we'll see how it's all going to go today, Andrew.
Oh, well, maybe you'll run 2 bigs out there and
2 bigs
smalls,
and 2 guards, and then, see what you got. But, yeah, it's going to be interesting. This weekend will be very interesting. We'll take a look at what might happen, what might not happen. So we'll have some fun. Also, we had a draft yesterday. I don't know if you heard it.
I heard you setting it up.
It was pretty cool. We had a draft of the top 15 players in this city, and 15 of them got taken. We're doing the second round today, Andrew.
Love that.
So we're going to ask our listeners to put on their thinking caps.
All right, sounds
Have
good.
I gone off the board yet?
Thank you.
Okay. And remember to support life-saving cancer research. Join me and our generous partners, Pump Man Philly, in making a donation to the American Association for Cancer Research today at 975thefanatic.com/AACR. Cancer research saves lives.
All right, everybody have a great weekend and have a great week. Next week, I will not be here. Love you, Bobby. I will not be here next week. I will be back on Tuesday the 9th. So Johnny and Connor and B. Gunn will be holding down the fort. Everybody have a great weekend, and I'll talk to you at some point. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.